You brought a sandwich?
So what page are you starting on? So everybody can be. Just the beginning of the operating.
Beginning of the operating tab number.
I'm gonna go through these slides.
Oh, slides, right. So you have a slide deck in front of you, everybody. So that's where where we'll be starting, and then you will refer back to certain page numbers in the binder, correct? Okay, so just let everybody has one of these, just to be sure.
Did you want to share your screen so we can go through it at your own pace? Or do you want me to do it? I'll let you do it, because everybody's gonna be jumping up and down, right?
Okay. Sounds like they're having a conference in the hall. Okay. So in light of timeframes, we're at 10 after 11, basically. So we'll ask everybody to get out your slide deck, and we'll ask the clerk. Oh, right. I apologize. So I'm going to reconvene the meeting, call the meeting back to order. It is 10 after 11. And we need to put a motion on the floor in order to have the discussion for budget. So it reads as follows: moved by Councillor Fody, seconded by Councillor Gorell, that the council approve the 2022 gross operating budget of $14,271,400 with the net levy requirement of $10,799,400, and that council approve the 2022 building division gross operating budget of $504,400, and that the council approve the 2020 capital budget in the amount of $5,723,600. And that the council approve the transfer of unspent municipal modernization funding at the end of 2021 from the working fund reserve to the special projects reserve, estimated to be at $170,000 as at October 31st, 2021. And that council approve the transfer of $50,000 in 2021 casino revenue to the community grants reserve fund. And that the council approve a one-time contravention of the community grants policy to permit the annual allocations of funds to be split 50% for intake 1 and 50% for intake 2. And that council approve the transfer of $160,174 in the 2021 casino revenue to the buildings and facilities reserve fund. And that council approve the transfer from the tax stabilization reserve fund and or the contingency reserve to offset any increase in the county tax rate and or education rate to ensure a maximum overall tax rate increase of up to 2.5% for 2022. Okay, that was a mouthful, and there's a lot of moving parts that as part of this motion, but we will get through everything with everybody's indulgence and patience through this budget presentation. Go ahead, Mr. CAO.
Thank you, Worship, and through you to council. I'd just like to, before we jump into the presentation, to express my thanks to Director Tyndall and the staff, the finance staff, who have been working on the document that we're going to be discussing today. I'd also like to thank all the directors and their staff who contributed throughout the process. It's a great deal of work, as council knows. The process starts in August, and it pretty much takes over Director Tyndall's life to the point where we're at now. I think the budget that staff have provided is clear. It's easy to understand, and I'm really proud that we have a document that tries to keep taxpayer expectations for service levels in line with a modest increase. And I think that's all my comments at this point, and I'll turn it over to Director Tyndall to start the presentation.
Ms. Tyndall, the floor is yours.
Through your worship. So thank you for joining the meeting today and coming to listen about budget, because it's very exciting. I know everybody can't wait. So the agenda for today's meeting is on the screen. It's basically going to follow this a similar format to what's in the budget binder. We're basically going to try to highlight all the key points in our slides that we have described in greater detail in the budget binder. So the first slide here, I think we've talked about this before, but really the budget for a municipality is really a balancing act. It's a difficult and it's challenging, as we know, especially in times like right now where we're trying to come out of a pandemic, that it's a difficult situation to be in for residents, for property owners, and for the township. I have the no assessment update listed on that scale, and really that's a twofold item, because on the one hand, while an assessment update for our township would be helpful to give us not much needed revenue, we also know that given the current market condition for houses, if there was to be an assessment update, that would be significantly challenging for a lot of homeowners and businesses in our township. So I'm not sure I have no idea, honestly, what the province is planning with the assessment update, but I think everybody is aware of the housing market right now. And I think it would be maybe that they're waiting because they don't know how to deal with it either, because it would be significantly financially challenging for a lot of people in today's market with the housing crisis. So while we wait for an assessment update, we do still realize in-year changes based on building permits and other additions, permits and so on. So there is a small increase to our assessment base, but not a whole lot for our 2022 budget. We really have tried to balance the tax rate increase with the expectations of the community and the staffing and different resources that we require to try to make sure that we can meet the service levels that our communities are expecting. And I think that the other thing that for me is really important is to try to make sure we bring forward a conservative, comprehensive budget that also looks at sustainability over the next longer term, not just looking next year, but we're really trying to also look in the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years. For me, I'm really cognizant of the fact that it would be short-sighted of us to have a low tax rate that would be easy to pass in this current year, but then would set up future generations in this township for much larger increases, because we would basically just be deferring some of our problems and not paying for them now, that we would push that on to future generations, and that would require a lot higher tax rates at that time. So we know through the asset management program and through reports like the building condition assessments that our assets are in need of a lot of capital investment. And I think it's prudent for us to start talking about how we're actually going to do that over the longer term. We may not have all the information we need today, but trying to make a budget that sets us up to be successful, to be sustainable, and to keep in mind those future generations and the impacts on them as well. So the gross budget is just over $14 million, and that's up about $472,000 from 2021 budget, but we're actually over $500,000 lower than we were in 2020's budget. So again, 2021 obviously was a difficult year because we lost a lot of casino revenue. Our budget estimate for casino was $1.4 million less than the year before. So we're trying to kind of build ourselves back up, but we are still at a gross budget that's lower than the 2020. So the pre-pandemic budget, we're still not even at that level. Our net levy requirement is 10.8 million. Our estimated tax rate increase, 2.8%. So that's estimated because we don't have the return roll yet for next year. As I mentioned, we're using our assessment information that was, I think, October 12th. I pulled it off the Municipal Connect website. So that's what we had at the time. There could be small changes to the assessment since that time that will show up on the return roll. But right now our portion is estimated at 2.8%. And if the county and education rates remain the same, then the overall would be a 1.3% tax increase. So if we're looking at an average residential property in our township, the assessment is $204,000. That relates to $2,005 in property taxes. Our portion, the township portion, being $939, which equates to a $2.12 increase per month for the township portion. I included this table on page 7 of the budget binder. So this is just to try to show what the kind of potential scenarios are based on the education and county portions of the tax rate. There's a table that in the budget binder also showing the education rate since 2017, and they have gone down or stayed the same since 2017. So I think it's highly unlikely. Of course, I can't say for sure. I have no idea, but I would say it's highly unlikely that the education rate would actually increase this year. And then I've just developed some scenarios for the county. If they were to increase their taxes up to 3%, the overall rate would still be 2.4%. That would be the highest based on a 3% county increase. And looking at our tax rate based on the assessment we have right now in the budget requirement, we are still the second lowest in the county. And these are 2021 rates. So again, not knowing what anybody else's tax rates are going to be yet for 2022, but if we compare what we're budgeting, what we're proposing through this budget, we are going to be second lowest, or you know, if Athens was to increase theirs significantly, we could end up being the lowest tax rate. So there are a number of challenges that we face this year. Obviously, coming out of the pandemic, there's still some additional costs with PPE or cleaning or other things that we need to be mindful of, proper distancing and so on. And so I think that we're still renting one truck, for example, in Public Works to make sure that staff are appropriately distanced. There is no update to the property assessment value, so we're not going to realize much difference in our revenue from that. The casino, we're budgeting at 400,000. So that's up from the 100,000 we budgeted this year based on the fact that our year-to-date actuals are 310,000 right now for the casino. And again, that was discussed, I think it was the committee of the whole meeting, and that's part of the background for the recommendations in this report regarding the casino money, as we are proposing to transfer the money that's in excess of what we budgeted and proposing to transfer those monies to reserve funds, part for the community grants program and part for the capital reserve. Insurance costs continue to increase. The broker, the insurance provider, has estimated that our insurance costs will go up between 15 to 20% over last year. We have budgeted about a 10% increase, and also contemplating the fact that we will likely have to use part of our contingency budget to cover that insurance cost increase. And we know that other things like fuel are increasing, and the fuel costs increasing obviously has a snowball effect, whereby anything that's transported that costs fuel will also end up probably being more expensive. And the other big pressure that, as I said, is trying to make sure we're strategizing around how we invest in our capital assets. So making sure that we're trying to prudently put money aside to have in reserve funds so that we can fund future capital replacement, future capital rehabilitation, or future capital new assets. So trying to kind of balance all these different priorities and to come in with a tax rate increase that is reasonable and equitable and fair to current taxpayers. So this slide's just a breakdown of the monthly tax bill for our portion of the tax bill. This is basically for different types of services, what it costs per month for the township's portion of the tax bill. This is a schedule including some of the transfers to and from our operating reserve funds and our estimated ending balances. We can see we've got an estimated ending balance of about 2.2 million. So a lot of that's sitting in the working fund reserve, which is good. That's healthy balance, obviously. And part of the reason we try to keep a somewhat healthy balance in the working fund reserve is for cash flow management purposes. The other reserves, the tax stabilization and election reserve, we're putting in annual contribution as well as special projects reserve. The election reserve we will be drawing on in 2022 to fund the election that's going to be happening. We didn't have an estimate of that amount at the time of writing this document, but we expect that the balance in there will provide sufficient funding to fund that election next year. And then I just included here the municipal modernization funding has been, an ongoing discussion point with council just to make sure that we have an up-to-date schedule of all of the projects that have been approved or allocated or in some included in 2021. The waste management study is getting carried over into 2022. So that's being proposed to be also funded as it was in 2021, approved to be funded it from the municipal modernization funding. The original budget item was actually 100,000. The director of operations has dropped that to 50,000 for next year's budget. And so we're at right now, what we're estimating is that we have $250,000 of unspent municipal modernization funding that we would propose to be bringing back to council reports and recommendations in the future as to how to allocate those funds. We're anticipating that the service delivery review that's currently underway will provide us with a set of recommendations, and based on those recommendations, we'll be coming back to council asking for approval to use some of that municipal modernization money to advance some of the recommendations coming out of that review. And it could be software or leveraging other technologies, could be some consulting, could be a number of different things, but we'll be bringing that information back to council. So the document, or the budget binder included a summary of each of these strategic documents. So as council, I'm sure is fully aware that we just approved our strategic plan. So, and that's really the overarching document that sets the strategic priorities for the organization as a whole. The asset management plan feeds into that as the asset management plan or program, because the plan is really the document, but when we talk about asset management, I'm usually talking more about the entire program, which includes the fact that we've set up software, we have many processes implemented and streamlined. We're gathering all this information and data, which is now housed in this repository in the software, and that we're actually basing our decisions on the data in the software. So while there's the document we had to do for legislative requirements, there's so much other things happening in the background that staff are trying to across the organization use the software to gather data by asset, whether it's operating or a capital work that's being done, understanding how to manage the assets in the most efficient way, looking at the cost over the lifespan of those assets and how we derive the best value we can from those. So the asset management program that we're constantly working on and trying to improve really is trying to make sure we have the assets in place to deliver the services that council has directed and or the community expects. The building condition assessments obviously are going to feed right into that asset management plan and give us valuable information on the risks and conditions of our facilities. And the fire service review and modernization plan was also received by council in 2021, and it is also part of the budget that's proposed for 2022. The fire chiefs made reference in a number of areas to how his budget ties to those recommendations. And as we just talked about, the service delivery review, which is ongoing right now, we hope to have that complete, I think, in the coming weeks and hopefully bring back to council.
Okay, so before we get into department summaries and discussions about specifics, are there any questions, comments, or queries for the Director of Finance before we get down into the nitty-gritty? I will only make one comment, and that is in regards to the MPAC assessment. So one of the things that the director and I had numerous conversations over was the lack of an increase to assessment values and the strategic stance that the province has taken. Right now, how's that for throwing other levels of government under the bus? Anyways, the MPAC assessments, I believe, are another 2 years out. So while I would be hopeful that they recognize the pressures put on lower tier municipalities and even upper tier municipalities without assessments going up gradually or any sort of phase in whatsoever, we are really struggling at the lower and upper tier level of municipal government to keep up with the inflationary measures that are we're coming under fire from, like right down to the increase in gas tax. So when the treasurer was going through this budgeting process and we're able to get a year-to-date assessment, like based on building permits that have been filed. So the numbers that you're seeing here is like almost real time. You said you asked for those numbers October 12th.
Yeah, I pulled them October 12th off the website, and that's the table I handed out actually this morning too, is that table, because the one in your binder, I apologize, is actually based on just the roll, the returned roll.
So there is a corrected page 11, which we'll get to. But the reason I feel it's important to understand this is that the proposed tax increase, not only to just our municipal level of government, but potentially what might be coming down the pipe at county. And I have no indication for the council's benefit. I don't have any indication of what that may or may not be at this point. But the reality is that the cost of running this government and our services is going up, and we have to either and this is where the department summaries will come forward. In order for us to maintain our services, we have to pay for it. So I'm appreciative of the fact that the staff have taken a very critical eye on how to minimize costs as best as possible by not minimizing service. So thank you. So the first one up for department is you.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So just quickly, the taxation non-departmental, this includes, as you can see, the casino budget. So the 400,000, as I mentioned, compared to 100,000 last year. And then in that department is also transfers to reserve funds. And we pay a portion of the casino tax that we collect goes back to the town of Gananoque. So that's also an expense in that casino line. The non-departmental is basically some of the federal grants we received. So Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund, federal gas tax, which is now actually called Canada Community Building Fund, Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund. Those revenues come in through that non-departmental. And then for the federal gas tax and OCIF, they get transferred then to capital reserve funds where they are held until they are spent to fund capital projects. So the taxation non-departmental, our net levy requirement, as we discussed, is about 10.8 million, the casino budget. And then our transfers to operating capital reserves, we bumped them up 263,000 in the 2022 budget. This is a little bit of history on the casino revenue. So in terms of what we've realized as revenue over the last several years, it is still a significant impact to our 2022 proposed budget. And when you look at the fact that we've got 400,000 budgeted in revenue compared to 1.5 in 2020, it's challenging for sure. And I think that staff are trying to be cognizant of the fact that we don't want to rely on that casino revenue anymore as a funding source for whether it's capital or operating. But if it's in times like this where we aren't receiving it, that, it's obviously very challenging then to balance the budget. So trying to become more self-sufficient in getting the money that we need from the tax levy, which obviously does put pressure on the tax rate increase, but to ensure that we can put money aside in reserve funds and paying for our operating and balance our budget. This is council's budget, and the only real change in this budget other than just annual inflationary increases is a $5,000 volunteer recognition event budget amount has been included in the 2022 budget. This is a summary of corporate services. And overall, corporate services budget has gone up $170,000. There's obviously a number of different kind of departments included in the corporate services, from cemeteries to fence viewers, and then the election department, CAO, clerk, and finance and IT are all in here, as well as you can see the community grants program is Department 115 donations. That's our community grant program, which after having no budget there last year, this year, we've included a budget of $125,000 to be distributed in 2022. The corporate services budget increase does include the addition of an HR position. And it does also the increase is partly into the fact that last year in 2021, we did have a draw on a reserve fund to help fund a portion of our deputy treasurer position with respect to asset management work. And there's no similar draw on the reserve fund in 2022.
I'm going to stop you there just in case there's any questions to date before we get into fire services. I think it's fairly clear, and I must also say that the slide deck makes things much simpler. It definitely boils it down. So thank you for making it easy and simple, not just for us, but for the regular taxpayer. If there's no other questions, then I will ask the fire services, the fire chief, to come forward to discuss fire services. Oh, sorry, I have Councillor Gorell that's he's
Sorry.
just found his question here in his binder.
Sure.
Without beating it to death, the concept of the Wade CVA, there seems to be a little bit of back and forth on, I know we're working off the 2016 assessment period. I've read in the public news that a release was going to be made after the provincial election from MPAC. I have read that in the news. And yet this morning I just heard potentially that it's delayed well beyond that. The new rates phase in was supposed to start 2020, correct? And correct. So what we're really looking at is we're just waiting for MPAC to get the green light from the province to release this data. So just for my clarity, that would mean potentially next budget, potentially there might be the phase in beginning, or I know I'm asking you don't know the answer to that,
No.
but I thought I heard we wouldn't get a phase in until 2025 or something. That is not the way I understand it.
Yeah, through you. So the most recent information that I've read is that there will be no new assessment for 2023, either no new assessment update. It'll be at least the year after that we'll be waiting.
So that would be
Hey, I hadn't
2024.
read that. So boy, thank you, Mr. Province.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And that's why I brought that up before we began our discussions, because I believe the treasurer said it in her opening remarks, is that, you know, we are hopeful that this will happen sooner rather than later, but that the needs continue for the service delivery that we have already. And if we don't keep in touch with and keep even a modest increase moving forward to offset the increasing costs to deliver these services, we are putting future generations at risk of having to have a massive tax increase. And that's what we're trying to get away from. Go ahead, Councillor Groh.
And sorry, on that same grain, in that this township has then a fairly fixed Wade CVA, and getting back to the casino ongoing legal battle. So we're continuing with that $59 million assessment, and that's the best information we have because it's ongoing legally.
That's
Wow.
correct.
How long has that been going on? 4 years, 5 years?
Before I was here.
Okay.
I believe it's 4 years because it was
Okay.
the year the legal
Mhm.
discussion started the year before we were elected.
Mm.
So
So once again,
and
we can't, we're doing the best we can on that one, at the 59 million that was offered to us, I guess, by MPAC. I seem to recall from last year that they said, hey, here's a number you could work with as a municipality.
Yeah, through your worship. So I think based on the discussion that has been happening through this process, they determined that 59 million was a more reasonable number to use. So they adjusted the value in our on the roll or whatever. So basically now when we're calculating taxes, we're calculating it on a more reasonable estimate of what will likely be the final outcome. But we don't have a final outcome on that yet.
And just one last final question without beating this to death. I take it we've had maybe conversation with MPAC. Have they in any way showed their hand as to how this might go? I mean, I did some crunching of some numbers, if you increase the CVA by 5%, 10%, but, and I can say that because I know properties, mine went down one year and a friend of mine went up 16%. So it just struck me as very odd. We don't have any idea from MPAC of which direction to anticipate. Is that correct? Everything is very closely held to their chest.
Yeah, through your worship, sorry, I don't have much to offer, no.
Oh, that's good. Okay,
Um,
thank you. I just want that, I want people to understand that that's a very tightly held piece of information from the province.
And also, and I'll recognize you, Councillor Jameson, but this is the press that meaning the full court press that we have is something that we've done in conjunction with county. So it's not just us and Town of Gananoque. County is also involved because obviously the assessment affects their levy requirements as well. And it has been ongoing, but we thankfully, when Director Tyndall joined us, we begun our savings account to offset any changes in the tax rate. So I think we've been much more prudent in how we were budgeting, because even though that challenge on value had been started, we were taking the full amount of money and using it rather than putting some of it away in case the assessment changed, because it is retroactive. And that's where people may or may not understand that if we were taking taxes based on 80 whatever million and it got retroactively assessed at 59, we have to give them a credit of X number of dollars. So there is a slide in our budget binder, or a piece of paper in our budget binder that says what the reserve fund is. I can't remember off the top of my head.
So through your worship, so the estimated write-off, if the 59 million was the amount that they settled on, would be, I think it's just over 400,000. I think it's 410,000 if I remember correctly. We've accrued 280,000 already. So we've expensed in previous years $280,000. So when this appeal is finalized and the 410 is realized, we've already have that 280 that we've already expensed. So it's not going to hit in that year. 2021, if I can, I will again set aside some money towards that accrual, but we also have money in the tax stabilization reserve fund. And I'm sorry, I can't think of it. I didn't bring my binder up here off the top of my head, but there is also money in this tax stabilization reserve fund that can assist with that write-off, as well as we do budget every year for a certain amount of write-offs. So again, depending on the year and how much we have to write off for other reasons, there could be budget room there to help offset that write-off.
So the bottom line is that we're waiting patiently, but having also to plan prudently, which we have now done, and we're prepared for whatever the outcome may be. So is there a further question, Councillor Grell?
Just again, no better time than the present to dig in. What's the new word? Granularity. I like that one. Page 13 of the budget binder. And this word has come up a few times, and it came up in the strategic planning, actually. The word was sustainable source of capital funding. And I read into that, I would say correctly, that what we really mean by that is getting rid of taking the money from the casino out of what we consider sustainable revenue. Am I correct? Therefore, we're making a guess of $400,000 this year. It could be greater because this year, as terrible as it was, we're up to 387,000 or something. So what do we do at this moment? We've said we would take 50,000 of that and put it to grants program, and then the remainder. So as the year goes on, any amount in excess of 400,000, what would we do with it?
Go ahead.
Through your worship, so similar to what we're doing right now in the 2021 with the money that we received above and beyond what we budgeted, we would come to council and ask for approval to transfer those monies to whichever reserve fund.
Okay.
I mean, I think to your point, so being sustainable over the longer term, I think it's just prudent that we try not to depend on the casino, because in a time like this where that money is then not available,
Mhm.
you know, it really put a hurt on the budget process for that next year to try to deal with that. And then we're trying to build those transfers to reserves back up now. So, you know, we want those transfers to reserves to make sure we have that money sitting in there to be able to actually fund, you know, over the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years, regardless of the casino money. So if the casino money comes, then that's great. Like, that's gravy. We can also obviously apply that to the reserve funds, which will help, but not be dependent on it, so that such that if something fails, we don't have money in the reserve fund, you know, that we're not stuck without having options.
And thank you. I appreciate that. And the reason I bring it up is simply that a lot of folks in this township that I know have become accustomed to what they think. They know where that money was going. And so we've changed that policy in a sense. And now we're a little skittish on what those values are, but we know what we're doing with them. Because I've been approached so many times saying, what do you do with all that casino money, you know, before the pandemic? And I tell them, hey, it's going into capital reserves on certain percentages. And I know we eliminated that. I just want public record that we eliminated that through a new reserve policy. And in our budgeting is showing up as sort of funding that will be accounted for by being pushed into capital reserves. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Thank you.
And just to underscore what the treasurer said, it will come to council as to how that additional funds over and above the revenue will be dispersed through transfer reserves. So it won't be a decision of senior management. It'll be a decision of this council. Absolutely. Councillor Jameson.
Just on a larger scale, and I exchange with the treasurer on this, Your Worship, the business of the assessment overall for we the people, all of us in this room and everybody around, the sale of homes has been incredible up where I live, and the monies that have been spent to buy these homes that ultimately is going to affect assessment. And I think it's just the caution that the province is unlikely to do a bump that anywhere near reflects what the perception of the increased values of these properties are. But having said that, in a lot of cases, we're going to see even a reasonably unaggressive, I'll put it that way, rise, put people at risk, because, you know, you suddenly become quote unquote real estate rich, but cash poor, and you still have to pay the taxes. So as we move ahead, I know, having had the conversation, that there's a sensitivity at staff that whatever we're planning to do in the long run, we can't trip people into a situation that they simply can't afford to pay their taxes.
And I'll just to add to what Councillor Jameson said, and then I'll recognize Councillor Gorell. If, God forbid, assessments went through the roof, we have the ability to reduce the tax rate as much as put it at.
Correct.
So be mindful of that, even though we're putting taxes up, or the proposed increase is a small increase. But if taxes were to go up greatly because of assessment, we have the ability to change, I hate using the term mill rate, but we have the tax rate. So, but that's mill rate, people understand that. So that, just keep that in the back of your mind, is that we can adapt, and we can do that on behalf of the constituents of this township. But it really, for right now, we have to deal with what's in front of us right now, and that is a no assessment increase. So, Councillor Grow.
Thank you, Your Worship. On that exact point, I pulled up from the 2020 budget binder what was the schedule of township rate, education rate, total tax rates. And of interest, and people might not remember this, 2011, there was a reduction of 3.8% in the municipal tax rate, followed in 2012 by a 3% decrease in the tax rate, followed by some pretty stiff increases in 2014, a 10% increase. All to say that for whatever reason, that term of councils had determined that we could, in the future, the same thing is possible. It's not an impossibility. I've heard it is. It's not. It was done. The overall tax rates in those years decreased. I have no idea what brought it on. I just wanted to point out it's real. It has happened in the past. Thank you.
And I believe that we have a counselor sitting here that was part of that 10% increase, which was a painful increase and hard for people to swallow. So, and as we get through the rest of this budget today, I think we'll see that the senior staff have done their level best to ensure that we continue to deliver the services expected by the township residents at a reasonable cost increase. So with no other questions, I'll ask the fire chief to come forward.
Director
and-
Tyndall, can you take your laptop with you so the chief can bring his?
Oh, you don't need it?
Well, unless there's questions, but it's fine. If you want, that might be easier than each person.
Yeah. Okay, so the fire chief's just gonna use the Director Tyndall's laptop.
That's okay. So
Yep.
each person is right.
Yeah, because it's the slide deck that's there unless you need something different, fire chief.
Good morning, and through you. So in putting together this presentation for council, we looked at some different things for our 2022 priorities. We've talked about the replacement of a lot of different things within structure, looking at our budget, go back to this slide, looking at our budget for our 2021 and 2022. Our revenue budget, when we put that together because of the pandemic for 2021, we estimated very low on the revenue side for the training center. I'm pleased to say that we've gone far and above that with the amount of courses that we had this year. Even with COVID, we've been able to support continuing on with the education on that end, and been allowed to, thankfully, through the province and through fire department support from outside. Pleased to announce also for 2022, we've got 23 OFC courses scheduled between January 22 and March 23. We've got 23 OFC courses already kind of in the docket. Our first quarter, 5 OFC courses confirmed, and 2 of those courses are already full. So we're making good time on that thing. And as far as the rest of our calendar, the OFC has kind of put it out that they're only doing quarters at a time, which is very challenging to put out 4 calendars in a year, but we're trying to work around those and get all those courses out and at least give them updates on what's coming. So we've got a number of courses already booked in for 2022. So things are looking good on that end. So our 2022 priorities, replacement of the full-time deputy chief position with full-time fire prevention officer with an offsite delivery coordinator in conjunction with that FPO position will help some of the staff time that we need to get those off the ground. The offsite delivery is where we're sending our firefighters or our fire instructors out to different municipalities to do their teaching offsite, and then we'll bring them into our training center for the practical end of the education end. This fall, we've changed our command structure in the fire service with the addition of 2 district chiefs, basically 1 in the north, 1 in the south. We've got 4 new to almost brand new station captains within our 4 stations. And that position of district chief was put in as a help to me to get the transition for those new station captains. As well as that, we've got promotions in all 4 stations, 10 new lieutenants taking over some of the retirements and some of the movements within the station captain advancement. So With that, we looked at the honorarium budget line, and we've looked to increase that because we've added a couple positions, as well as trying to keep in line with the number of fire calls and the addition of new firefighters. We're trying to get to 100 on our roster. We're around 80 right now. It's something that's very challenging to keep part-time firefighters in and out of the service. Most people don't last 30 years anymore. Most people are 5 and 6 years before they come in and they get trained, and some are moving on, or their families grow and we don't keep them in the service quite so long. So we're trying to keep those numbers up, and that honorary budget line will help to keep those people paid in service. Increased fire prevention and public education activities with a full and paid on-call prevention officers. I've worked with finance on getting the budget lines changed around in the fire prevention end. We've added an honorarium for that. In the past, the firefighters haven't been paid to do some of these events out in the public, like going to school, doing inspections at school, and doing the fire prevention things, say at Home Hardware or Canadian Tire. They're giving up weekends, full day weekends, and for the past few years, they've got no remuneration for that. So we had a $25,000 honorarium in there for the part-time fire prevention officer for the last couple of years. So we've kept that in there, but we've changed it around so that we can actually pay some of our on-call folks to be able to do some of these in-service things on weekends and nights, just so they're taking their time away from their families, and that helps with that. One of the new things that are coming up, this was something that was beginning to be passed by the government, the provincial government. They wanted all firefighters to be trained to the NFPA 1001, which used to be the firefighter one in the old curriculum days. What's happening is you're going to see that come back. There was a big pushback from provinces saying they couldn't afford it, or from fire departments and municipalities saying they couldn't afford it. This push is going to come again very soon, I'm sure. So as of the next recruit group, we're going to be ensuring that those folks coming off the trucks are trained to the firefighter NFPA 1001. We currently teach to that, but we don't actually certify at this point, or we're working towards certification, but with all our other firefighters, we train to that standard. But with all new firefighters coming on the floor, they'll all be trained to the NFPA 1001. We've been looking at moving fire trucks and tankers around to different stations to better cover the tanker shuttle. We passed our tanker shuttle last month, but what we've found is we'd like to take one of the tankers from this station at Station 1 and move it up to Station 3. Helps cover the western end of the township, and there's just some other trucks we want to move around to kind of get in proper location. We're finding a few deficiencies with our equipment where we've got it placed right now, so we're looking to do that. Looking at increase of staff to increase the coverage in all 4 stations, so ongoing recruiting. We had 19 started in May. We've lost 5 or 6 of them, the recruits, and we've lost 3 or 4 firefighters over the time of the last year. So we need to keep recruiting every year on that. We've had an increased attendance of lead South Islands officers and firefighters at the RTC this year. As per the fire master plan, it talked to succession planning and training for our officers, and we've been very successful in getting our officers into lots of courses this year at the training center, as well as a number of our firefighters stepping up and taking more fire prevention related courses. One of the things we want to keep looking at is continuous improvement of fire protection equipment, or protective equipment and equipment within the stations and apparatus. Much like our vehicles, these pieces of equipment like thermal imaging cameras and gas detection, they start to fail after a certain amount of years. So there hasn't been any kind of plan to replace those in the past. So we're working on trying to get those into a plan of replacement cycle. So fire revenue from the Regional Training Center in Lyndhurst was up significantly for 2020 this past year. much higher than expected enrollment for 2021. We only ended up having to cancel 2 courses this past year. We've made a lot of changes in how we deliver. Social distancing, our classrooms are somewhat small up there, so we've had to move a few classes to the station 1 above there for the driver training courses we've had, as well as we've pulled fire trucks out of the bays at station 4 so we can accommodate the larger class sizes and accommodate the 6 foot away from each other so that we can keep people in class. 2022 calendar has been distributed to all the stakeholders and chiefs throughout the OFC. What we're finding right now, because the closure of the fire colleges, we're getting a lot more calls from full-time departments as well, and they're starting to look for some training. So we're looking to see how we can accommodate those folks during the week. So we become kind of on during the week if we have the fire prevention officer and the training center people in there and myself, and we get some other instructors in, we can certainly look at trying to cover some of those courses during the week as well. So 2022 projects for operating. I talked about the honorarium increase for the additional district chiefs as per the fire master plan. Full-time salaries changes to the structure. This also follows our fire master plan. Training and development, firefighter and officer development and succession planning. We've got a full, I spoke earlier about our courses coming up in 2022. We've already filled our officer 1 course, and I believe we've got 7 new officer candidates and potential officer candidates in that course coming up in the first of the year. So we'll continue to do that, as well as training more folks in our fire prevention, and so we have a little bit more ability to get out into the public with the fire prevention end of things. Fire prevention, as I spoke about, the addition of the honorarium for the prevention duties, changes to the budget line. Thanks to finance for that. We've tried to kind of clean the budget up as far as the fire prevention end, as well as the training center, just so that we can kind of see where the money's coming in and what parts are being taken care of on that end. Training center, adjustments to the budget layout, as I spoke to, work to be done on some of the old props. We have a committee of instructors working on the direction and planning. We've got a group of 6 instructors within our training center group that are working to try to come up with what we want for the direction of that training center. Some of the props, or the majority of the props, are original on that site. So we're trying to find out how we can work around some of those and build some new ones at a cost of just the materials, because we've got folks within that are more than capable of doing a lot of the work themselves, and we can certainly build things just based on the material.
Okay. I think that's your last slide, is it not? Okay, Deputy Mayor, you had a question, and then Gord, are you good? I'm just looking down my screen. Okay, I think he's okay. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Worship, and through you. We have currently an agreement with Front of Young to cover us off on the east end of the township. We've had conversations about what we're going to do with some of our buildings down there. Was there any thought of putting some equipment, whether it be surplus or whatever, down in that property that we currently own, so we don't have to pay Front of Young? I don't know what we're at now, 40,000 a year,
Almost 40.
Yeah. Is that something that you've considered, or?
Thank you, Councillor, and through you, your worship. That is certainly something that we're looking at. I've been getting a little bit of history on how that all came together in the past with the amalgamate, from the time of amalgamation. So yes, I'm certainly looking at that. The call volume in that end of the township traditionally is not very high. Not saying that couldn't change tomorrow, but we're certainly looking at how we can best cover all of the ends of the township, and that's something I'm working on going with. But currently, we don't have any plans to necessarily put the put trucks at that location at this time. But I'm certainly looking at the automatic aid agreements. We do have automatic aid agreements and some other agreements with townships that surround us. But that's one of the ones with Front of Young that I'm looking at, seeing how we can come up with a better plan on that.
Okay. Counselor Olkey, I believe you had a question, so.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, and through you. One of the things that I continually hear is when is a training center going to make money? Somebody, somehow, sometime, somewhere, put that out and about that the training center would make us money. That's a fallacy that persists, and I think we need some public relations on that. The training center probably means we expend less money to have a first-class fire service than anything else, and that is very important to get out there. The other thing that people don't realize is that though people come in to train there, the fire marshal says that we are held to costs. We can't put a profit margin in it. We can only recover costs. That isn't widely known out there, and I think our fire service comes in for unfair criticism because of that. And there are certain people out there who try to exploit that as a wedge issue. So I'd just like to raise that point and perhaps suggest maybe a charm offensive on behalf of the fire department that would address that. I'm very happy with our fire service. I'm impressed with their training. I'm impressed with their attempts at leadership development. And I like always to recognize the risks that these people put themselves at for the benefit of everyone. Okay, with that, I'll just be quiet. Thank you.
Counselor Fode and then Counselor Grow.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to our fire chief. That's pretty impressive numbers for your booking at the Fire Training Center for the first quarter. How does that play out to the staff who have to do the training? Are they being burnt out, I guess, or subject to, or is it just the opposite? They're encouraged and want to do this the more often, the better. I'm just asking. I don't know.
Thank you, and through your worship. These are voluntary people that are volunteering basically to sign up. We'll send the message out to the people and give them the calendar, and they're signing up and saying, hey, we want to take this. There's certainly some encouragement on my officer end of the world where we're trying to encourage them to do that, but they're giving up their nights and weekends to do this, and they're quite happy to do it. I know in the spring myself, I think I spent 9 weeks there every weekend between taking classes and teaching classes. So yeah, there's certainly some burnout on some people's end of the world, but for the most part, people are quite happy to be there. And they're signing up to do it. What we're finding sometimes now is that other fire departments they're starting to send. We had a course in the last 2 weeks that we had 2 people from St. Catharines coming down, St. Catharines Fire full time that took their firefighter 2 course. So we're catching on now with the closure of the actual fire college center itself. We seem to be bringing in more outside departments from further away. We had 2 or 3 folks that drove almost 6 hours to be here for those weekends. So they're certainly invested.
And our instructors, I believe, are also compensated for their time.
Yes. So the way the fire college courses work currently, and this is subject to change as the fire college changes their way of doing things. Currently, all the instructors are paid through the fire college for any OFC courses. If it's courses that Leeds Regional Training Center puts on for their own through their own end, we pay for those instructors. So yeah, they're certainly paid.
So it gives them another opportunity to further their firefighter career by being instructors as well as students.
Absolutely.
So follow up, Councillor Fode and then Councillor Grow.
Thank you, Your Worship. If I may, I find it when I read and understand this, it's very encouraging that our fire training center has gained in the short term the reputation it has. With the closure, I realize with the closure of the fire training college, it forces firefighters to have to go elsewhere. But it's encouraging to me that they're seeking out this training center as one that they see creditable. Maybe first and foremost, the fact that the courses are being offered at all, and then therefore they're able to accredit themselves to the level they wish. One question I have, where is our closest competition on that? Or is it sporadic? Is it throughout? Do we have another set fire station within 200 miles or 50 miles that's providing competition, or is there such an element as competition at all?
And thank you, and through your worship. So there's 22, I spoke with the Fire College the other day, there's 22 accredited regional training centers in Ontario. Technically, the closest one would be Kingston, but they're really not putting out very many courses outside of their own firefighters, because they have 10 or 11 stations of their own that they need to train. So they take on a number there. I believe there's one, they're looking at putting one in Loyalist, which they've already got the facilities there. But there's, the thing is that if all fire departments have to be certified to firefighter 1 and firefighter 2 and hazmat before they start putting people on the floor, there's lots of opportunity out there and for fire departments to come to our training center. The next closest would be Hastings or Clarence Rockland. There's one in Mississippi Mills as well. So they're starting to pop up, but I don't think you're going to see a whole lot more of them. But there's the province and the country is mostly volunteer based or part-time based. So we've certainly got there's lots of avenues. And what we're looking to do on our end is when our firefighters go away for training, say to Grimsby, because they hold a lot of the fire prevention courses, you'll start seeing training centers specialize more in certain things. Like Grimsby will be more advanced on their fire prevention end, because they've got labs and different things for their investigation units. Whereas we're looking to try to do more of the firefighter 1 and the fire behavior classes and courses, because we have the dragger unit and we have the ability to do the class A burns and the CCANs. So that's one of the things we're going to, for capital, is talking about putting these newer CCANs in that we can do some more advanced training with those. So I think you'll see more specialized training within certain training centers, and that's kind of the avenue we're trying to look at.
Excellent. Councilor Grau.
Thank you, Worship. I just want to ask, as we go through this report and we're asking for summaries from departments, when I don't want to get ahead of myself, but looking at the capital budgeting, are we going to be talking about that through each individual department once again? Is that our strategy here today?
I believe so.
Yes, so we go through operating first and then we go through capital
Okay.
budget by budget, or
Very good.
department. By
Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, Councilor Jameson.
Just want to say thank you, Chief. I know far too much time is spent talking about the fire training center. And that's a dead issue. It's been dead for a long time. They've turned it around. They're doing what they're supposed to be doing. So let's turn our attention to the fact that some of the changes that you're bringing forward, because there was a plan and the execution of that plan is seeing a reorganization around prevention and personnel in the various stations. And that is just rising. And I have to say, on behalf of the people I talk to, there's an awful lot of confidence in the service, and there always has been, but there is a really growing, I won't say contentment, but strong support for the moves that are being made in the service of the public, who ultimately feel safer. So thank you very much for this presentation. I think we're going in the right direction.
Thank you.
Okay, to wrap up this little, this part of the budgeting process, I'm going to tell as brief a story as I can. A week ago Thursday, I totaled my brand new vehicle on Highway 38 south of Verona. And one of the counselors is looking at me because he didn't know. My son and I were coming back from hockey practice, and my son is fine and I am fine. Airbags deployed. We hit a very large buck He didn't make it either, neither did my car. The reason I tell this story is because the automatic response went off in the car, called OPP fire. I got to meet some lovely firefighters from Seth Frontenac. Hi, Mr. Bennett, who used to work here and now works up there. They were called off because obviously we were fine. But the OPP called a tow truck driver. Tow truck driver picked us up and was willing to take us down south to Kingston, where the car was left at a collision center. On that ride, we were talking about that particular business and how tough it is for tow truck drivers. It's a high cost business because of insurance and the dangerous work that they do on the highways and what have you. And it came out that I was the mayor here. And the tow truck driver said to me, "I have to tell you something." And he sounded very grave when he said that. And I thought, oh goodness, here we go. And he said, "Your station out on Highway 32, your firefighters?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "They are absolutely amazing. Unbelievable to work with. I can't say enough. If there's ever an accident on the 401 and I'm called to it to take any of the wrecks away, our firefighters stay till the bitter end. They help me clean up the site. They don't leave until I leave. And that is not how it works in many other jurisdictions that I work with. And I just want to pass my thanks along to you." So I did call the fire chief on Friday morning after being in that car wreck. I got in the car and drove to Kitchener the next day. Thank God my husband has a vehicle. So, and I made that phone call to our fire chief to pass along those very kind words. And I appreciate it, as I'm sure every counselor around this table. And those words they meant a lot, that we have a kind, caring service. They're not above any part of the work, grunt or otherwise. It's dangerous work. You're out on the highway, depending on different types of weather events, and just people not paying attention. And I know that in its own right is a challenge for tow truck drivers as well as our first responders, whether it be police, fire, or ambulance. So we thank you for the things that you do for us. We thank you for your persistent and consistent efforts, and please pass along those words to the fire service.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, lunch has not arrived just yet, so we'll push through a couple more things that we have. The external agencies. Director Tyndall, are you coming forward? Okay, go ahead.
So the external agencies, police, CRCA, actually fairly consistent with last year, and police has actually gone down slightly. All of the detailed information for those budgets are included in section 7 of the budget binder. So I'm not really actually going to go into a lot of detail unless anybody has any questions.
Does anybody have questions in regards to police, CRA?
And
Dana's
then
and then Dana's going to go through
present
the library services.
Yeah.
Okay. So CRA and police are what's on deck right now. Are there any particular questions or concerns? Go ahead, Councillor Jameson, and then Councillor Fody.
We're not obviously going to go through a line by line assessment of the police budget at this moment, Your Worship,
No, not,
Okay.
wasn't planned.
or CRCA, but I would suggest, based on reading some of the statistics around crimes and so on, that at some point in the new year, perhaps we could have a presentation from the OPP as well as the CRCA with respect to their thinking and what they're observing and what we should be thinking about. I know with respect to the OPP, there's just, a discussion about some sort of police board, but with an election coming and everything else going on, it's unlikely a lot of things will happen in the near future. So it would be good for council to chat with our own detachment. In the case of CRCA, I understand from reading their documents and also talking to the treasurer that the impact of all the changes the province has brought in with mandatory and non-mandatory, that'll be a battle that we will not face until, and I think it's going to be a very difficult challenge in 2023, I believe I heard, or 2024 for the ultimate changes to that mandatory, non-mandatory. But in the short term, and the year is not important, it just won't be next year. I know that. So what I'm thinking is it would also be helpful to have a presentation from the CRCA sometime in the new year to discuss what they anticipate happening as this thing starts to diverge, put it that way, in the coming years. Thank you.
And I also would like to make a comment in regards to the CRCA. I agree with Councillor Jameson. I think that is wise to have OPP come and present. We usually have an annual presentation, but I think due to COVID, we skipped a year. So if the senior staff could make that request, that would be appreciated. In light of what's happening in British Columbia right now with extreme weather events, I realize that CRCA is really about source water protection, but this falls into that. Whether you believe in climate change or you don't, extreme weather events continue to happen and affect things. And if you look at the Fraser Valley and all of the municipalities that are affected by this major land or mudslide that took out roads, bridges, culverts, farms, houses, what have you, these are things that really we need to start looking at over the long term. I had a brief conversation with the treasurer last night when we were talking about just current events. We're doing the best we can with what we have, but it's incumbent upon us or our staff to bring us possible solutions to fortify our infrastructure such that extreme weather events happen. We don't end up with sinkholes or road washouts or properties that, I realize that people get upset about the setbacks when it comes to planning and when it comes to CRCA having to give approvals on waterways and that sort of thing, or floodplains, what have you. But there's a reason they exist. And unfortunately, regardless of any planning out in BC, they are under siege, and that it will take decades upon decades to recover from the mudslide that's happened there. So just as an added thing. Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. I think it's incumbent upon us as well to do some ditching and look after our roadways so that we can handle some of these anomalies.
I believe that the director has that built into his budget for this year when we get to operating, but point well taken. Go ahead, Councillor Fody.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, I would like to deflect my question to Councillor Oakley, who sits on as our representative on CRCA. The steady increases being proposed here by CRCA, do you feel they're warranted? The reason I asked that question, almost every other budget that's been presented to us here from every entity has a reflection of last year's downturn, and it's being reflected in non-increases or minimal increases, and yet I don't see that being reflected here with CRCA.
Go ahead, Councillor Oakley.
Thank you, Your Worship, and to Councillor Fody's concerns. CRCA is asking for an increase of $3,500. They are facing essentially the same pressures we are. They have less than the number of employees they have. They have not undertaken to build a new, I'm going to say headquarters building. They're going to share accommodations with South Frontenac Town Hall. And they have had a situation where they've had dilapidated capital and no funding at various parks and installations they have. I think their ask is modest. They did go on providing a service throughout the pandemic, which was widely appreciated in keeping their trails and boat launches open. I think their value for money. We could not recreate their services on our own. And as the mayor said, going forward, we're going to be facing a lot more issues in watersheds and generally in climate issues. So I think their increase is very modest, and I think it's required. Thank you. And
Go
by
ahead,
the way,
follow
that's
up.
what I was going to say anyway, without prompting from Councillor Fody. Thank you.
Go
Anyway.
ahead, Councillor Fody.
Thank you for your answer, prompted or otherwise. Just a comment on the British Columbia situation. it likely serves as a heads up to any conservation authority, Cataraqui included. 11 inches of rainfall is an astronomical amount of water. When you put it in a mountainous area or in a relatively flat area like we have around Lansdowne here, your comments about ditching are quite relevant. But the long and the short is, as much as we all want to believe in climate change, how do you circumvent 11-inch rainfall? You couldn't possibly stop it, prevent it. You could pay all the carbon tax on your gas pump you want. 11 inches of rainfall is still going to come down. I just selfishly feel comfortable that it's not here in our own township, because there's billions of dollars in infrastructure lost out there besides livelihoods and businesses. Thank you.
Councillor Olkey, did you want to speak again?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, and through you. I think having prudent planning is a big part of it. There are some floodplains that never should have been built on, and yet they were, and we see the results of that. Thank you.
Fair enough. I don't believe there's any other questions in regards to OPP or CRCA, not CRA. Nobody wants to talk more about taxes. With that, oh, sorry, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I believe you and I had a meeting with OPP about the board. You mentioned that earlier. Was that not the will of council to?
So because the province has gone towards the Police Services Board, we're just waiting for that finalization, that there's regional boards in place. So we will be required to provide a representative for that board once it gets formalized, because that is that's a provincial thing. So not to minimize what we tried to do, but now it's being mandated by the province to create that communication piece and the input from the respective townships. But the boards will be made up of the member municipalities. So for example, the Leeds County detachment will have representatives from the respective municipalities type thing. So we'll be asked to sit on that committee or be given that opportunity. I just don't know specifically when. Director Goodman, we haven't got okay. So, but that's a point that we can take to find out when that might come forward. Okay. Any further questions in regards to OPP or CRCA? And I see lunch has arrived. So before we put Ms. De Benedette under the gun for the library budget, I promise it's just a super sucker, water gun. Just kidding. We'll recess for lunch, and then we'll reconvene by, what time is it? Is a half an hour good enough for everybody to have a snack and then get back to the table? So that puts us at 10 to 1 or 5 to 1. So 12:55, we will reconvene and be back online. Thank you. Oh, Gord, go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to make one sort of naughty comment and say that I assume that any costs that we assume for the Police Services Board will not be supported by the province. And I'd also say that I have to leave at some point because of medical issues. So if I disappear suddenly, it's not because I'm leaving in a huff. It's because I have to. Okay.
Not a problem. And we thank you for that heads up. We'll try to be quick. And if you're able to join us at all, that's great. If not, we wish you the best, and we'll see you at the next meeting.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're adjourned for a half an hour. Okay, yeah. So we're just having your videos turned back on. The host. You still haven't stopped. Yep. Nobody wants to see me anyway. There you go. I've started my video. Can you do the same for Councillor Jameson and Councillor Olkey? Are you back with us as well? There he is. Wonderful. So we have our slate back until Councillor Olkey has to leave. Just Councillor Olkey, before you go, just give us a wave. Don't worry about interrupting the discussion. We'll just make note. Okay. Councillor Jameson, would you like to ask something before we go forward?
The video won't work because the host has.
She's good. You have a face for.
Did you get a request on there?
It says, host asks you to start.
There you go. Your video is on. We can see your face. Councillor Jameson, the face for radio. Anyways. Come on, that's an old joke. I'm glad.
Oh, that's so rude, Your Worship.
Oh, sorry. Come on, there's that. Yeah, I'll just pay for it later. It's all good. So we have our head librarian from the library with us today who will present the 2022 library budget. So Ms. De Benedette. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me and inviting me to speak about the library's 2022 budget. This morning I wrote, I think I was a little bit optimistic about how quickly we would get to the library. So this is my first budget cycle with the library here, and I'm very grateful to everyone, both at the library board and the township staff, because it was a very collaborative process, and I feel very good about the way the communication has flowed with this budget process. I am, of course, a strong believer in the value of public libraries within the community and the social return on investment that they can provide. Public libraries are a champion of community well-being. We help to reduce social isolation, and we provide a wealth of educational, recreational, and cultural resources to the community. So it's been a very exciting time for me to learn about the amazing things that are already happening at LTIPL, and also to have the opportunity to begin setting some goals for the future of our library system. So I'd like to begin today just by talking a bit about a high-level overview of the budget, and then I'll talk a little bit more specifically about some of the projects and initiatives we have planned for 2022. So for 2022, we are projecting a provincial and self-generated revenue that is in line with the 2021 budget. We aren't expecting any changes to the public library operating grant. And we also are still projecting to generate similar revenue to 2021. We have also projected expenses that are in line with the revised 2021 budget that was passed by Council in September. In recognition of the ongoing economic impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, we've tried to maintain a status quo budget request. So to maintain those levels, we've worked on finding some internal savings to offset any increased budget lines, which will maintain our 2021 spending. And we're also taking advantage of new consortia purchasing opportunities, which will help us affordably increase or expand our service offerings. So this budget represents a municipal contribution of $436,600, as well as a contribution of $12,500 from the library's Technology Reserve Fund. So now that I've had more of an opportunity to settle into my role at the library, I am looking forward to pursuing several new goals in 2022. And some of those things include resuming our in-person programming, which was programming for all ages, from children and families through adults and seniors programming. We're also working, or I am also working on developing a strong relationship and partnerships with our community groups, as I have the opportunity to get out into the community more and get to know many of our community stakeholders. We will be launching a new strategic plan for the library board in early 2022, which the board has been hard at work at over the last year. We did some community consultation and surveys, and we've been working with a consultant from the Ontario Library Service to put the plan together. So we are looking forward to presenting that to council early in the new year. We will also be working on expanding our digital collections and working to improve the library's IT infrastructure. One of the most significant investments in the library's budget is the library staff, who are a vital part of providing welcoming and accessible service to the community. Since I've arrived here, many members of the community have stopped me to share how much they enjoy their interactions with the library staff. And I have to agree that we have assembled an excellent staff team at LTIPL. So our 2022 budget anticipates maintaining our current staffing requirement, but also working on expanding our hours back to our pre-COVID-19 hours, which will include the return of evening hours in all 3 of our library branches. This will help us expand our programming into the evening hours when families and working adults are available to take part in programs. The budget also maintains our current staffing level, but reallocates some hours from a vacant dedicated IT position, which increases our ability to provide outreach and programming services in the community outside of just our library branches, but being able to visit our local schools, seniors' homes, and other organizations, as well as helping to reduce our IT expenses. The library board is also committing to an evaluation process of our operating hours in all 3 branches to ensure that we're meeting the needs of the community. Our collections and public services are at the core of our mandate. So they are what allows us to provide those educational, cultural, and recreational opportunities. Our 2022 budget reflects this by maintaining our collections budget and planning for regular additions to the collection in all 3 branches. We are also committing to resume our collection rotation program, which sees new material rotate through all 3 branches and improves the experience for patrons across the library system. We will also be using consortia purchasing opportunities with public libraries across Ontario to add a collection of over 3,000 digital magazines to our collection at the beginning of 2022. We also use consortia purchasing for a lot of other services, especially digital services at the library, including our online database access. And we use it with our Ontario Library Consortium to purchase the software that we need to actually run the library in terms of circulating books and cataloging material. So we'll be continuing with those partnerships as well, which allow us to access robust software that a library of our size could not maintain on our own. We'll also be funding library programming and anticipating the return to full in-person programs. And finally, I would like to discuss briefly the library's administrative and physical infrastructure, which provides the framework that we need to provide a sustainable and effective library service. So our 2022 budget reflects this by committing to continuing to work closely with the township staff on the administration of the library's finances and payroll. I believe that that process has been essential in improving the lines of communication between the library and the township. And I think it provides an increased level of transparency and accountability, which I find reassuring. And I think we should be proud of to be able to provide that transparency and accountability to the community. We're also planning on joining the township's managed IT service, which will help us realize savings in our IT department and also standardize the IT services that are available at the township and within the library for our staff. Hand in hand with that, the library board will be funding a project for $12,500 from our technology reserve to replace all of the staff workstations and standardize our computer software and hardware across the library branches. And we will also be reducing some historically underspent lines in the budget, including lines for equipment and tools, which have historically had high values but not been spent very well. So we'll be reducing those costs, but maintaining a facility budget that will allow us to undertake minor repairs and regular preventative maintenance on our library buildings. So to wrap up, I just wanted to thank you again for the opportunity to speak with you. I am very much looking forward to 2022 and the projects that we're planning at the library. I'm very excited about the ongoing transition out of COVID-19 because there's nothing that I love more than a busy library with a lot of children and families and in-person programming. So I am really looking forward to being able to return to those kinds of services and really getting the full picture of the role that the library can play in this community. Thank you.
So with that, thank you very much for that robust and concise report and budget presentation. Are there any questions, comments, or concerns in regards to the library budget? Go ahead, Councillor Foti.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to our librarian. I'm pleased to hear that you see the correlation between the financial relationship between the township, the library, and then from the library back to the township. That's comforting to know that zone has been created, and I'm glad to hear you say that. And it sounds like you're fully immersed in the township in the short length of time you've been here, and we welcome you to explore the programs you wish to do.
Thank you.
Any other comments, board members? Do you want to say anything, Gord, if you need to go? I see his hands up. Sorry, I'll recognize Councillor Olkey and then I'll recognize Councillor Jameson. Okay.
Thank you, Your Worship. And through you, I'd like just to compliment our head librarian on her transition. If you go into library branch now, you'll find really happy people working there. And it's a very welcoming environment wherever you go. And I noticed it night and day, certainly in Lyndhurst and elsewhere. I just want to say I'll speak just for myself, but I'm sure I'm echoing Councillor Jameson's views. We're very, very happy to work with this library board under present circumstances. It's just been a wonderful transition. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor James.
Certainly agree with my colleague, Councillor Olkey, Your Worship. But just to say that in the course of the transition, in terms of the practical adjustments to the fiscal management and the tools that are being used at both the township and the library, has created a tremendous efficiency already. And I know that the new leadership, our new library CEO, is very committed to working on that relationship. And when I try to go in and find out what the story is at the staff level, and then I go over to the library and try to find out what the story is there, it is now the same story. And that is very important to note because we've come a long way in a very short space of time. I also want to point out that our investments in certain things like parks, recreations, and the library, which is the cultural side of those, in the community health and what they call it, community health and well-being responsibilities that were dumped on us without any money. These activities actually allow us to fulfill that mandate because the libraries are the place in certainly 3 of the communities where we can actually engage with our citizens in a way that does help them evolve away from the COVID time. So Dana's enthusiasm for reaching out and the staff's enthusiasm, which is shared, is going to mean a lot to us as we begin to rebuild our communities. And particularly when I think of Lyndhurst and Sealy's Bay, we felt pretty lonely among ourselves up there for a while. So having the library back on track, I think, will be good for our mental health and physical health, because the library various things is all there for us. So I appreciate the presentation. I'm glad you're here and I look forward to working with you for the balance of my term. Thank you.
Any further comments or questions? I'll just say what a true pleasure and a refreshing change with a presentation that's very concise and detailed. And I'm very, very happy to hear about the working relationship you've had with our staff. And we hope that that continues in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next on the docket, operations and infrastructure. Come on down. Oh, we get the director too. The other director.
Getting down,
Good
Got
afternoon.
a Post-it note.
It's all on the card.
It's all on the Post-it note.
My cheat sheet right here.
Nice. Okay.
Okay.
Counselor Olkey, do you need the director to have a laptop in front of him so that you can see him, or what do you prefer?
Oh, was that? We have.
No
That was
offense
Kate's.
to the, no offense to the director, but I don't need to see him, but I can hear him.
Maybe he has a face for radio too. Is that what you're saying?
I would never say anything like that to her.
But it is nice for the people watching at home or anybody coming back to the live stream that they can actually see the director as they speak.
I won't be here long anyways.
Are we good?
There we go.
Okay. Okay, operations, go ahead.
Good afternoon. Can we move to the next slide? So overall, this year, operations, we have a net increase of 146,900, with the largest one being in Public Works. Within Public Works, the majority of that comes from insurance increases. Our gravel resurface supplies increase for 2022, and then anticipated diesel increases. So that's the majority of the 94,400. Parks, that's increased level of service. With additional staff required this year, we've increased that rate to continue to provide that level of service that we did in 2021. The feedback that we received as a result of that was that I think that's what everybody was hoping for. So we anticipate that we'll continue with that. Other than that, moderate increases. The municipal drain, we've increased some. I think the lion's share of the work of municipal drains will be completed this year. We're expecting all of the reports to be through the Conservation Authority for their approval, and then go through that process that we have to with municipal drains.
Excellent.
Okay. An overview of 2021 road projects. So I've kind of mashed up my capital and operating. Sorry, that's on me. Junetown Road, that was the picture at the beginning. You're not going to see it at the beginning of capital. Junetown Road before Escott Young Town Line in conjunction with the front of Young Township, and then the unplanned road repairs of what were the roads again? Anyway, several roads, including Marble Rock, which did take a bit of time. Water access projects, obviously we're just completing Rockport boat ramp refurbishment, and we've engaged a consulting firm for the Ivy Lee Wharf design. Facility projects, we have completed our building condition assessments. We're waiting on the final report with everything consolidated. That should be coming shortly. And then the administration and structural review. On that note, I have just received the draft report from JL Richards, and they don't anticipate any beam replacements.
That's for this particular building.
That is for this specific building. There are some remedial works that we will have to do, but they say that we could cause further damage if we replace the beams with new beams, because they will go through their own curing process over time. Drainage projects, Lex Road and Gananoque Lake Road. Lex has been done for the portion for this year is being completed for about 3-4 weeks. Gananoque Lake Road, we just completed last week. And then Long Point Road we had done in the summer. All of those were long-standing drainage issues which have been addressed. The feedback from the residents on all of those are positive. And I think we've mitigated those issues. Waste management projects, obviously we have formed the waste management working group. And just recently we put out a waste management survey, which has closed. We're consolidating the information to share with the group and then further to that to council. Parks projects, Kendrick's Park drainage, we had completed that in the spring. And then the Centennial Place structure is ongoing as we speak. The structure is in place, excavation of the base of the playground structure. And they'll start putting everything back together now. We'll be done that in the next couple of weeks. For 2022, the waste management plan, I had reduced that from $100,000 down to $50,000. I think that with the waste management working group, we have done a lot of the preliminary work that once we engage a consultant, we will have our marching orders on that one based on the group discussions. We'll know exactly what direction we need to go in. Road network projects, that'll be included in the capital budget presentation. In-house fleet management, there's an item in the capital budget, as well as discussions that we've had about additional support internally to be able to take some of that work on. Facility maintenance and capital, with having just completed the building needs assessment, we'll be looking at what do we need to do to maintain our facilities, not only from a capital perspective, but also from a maintenance perspective. And a number has been included for all of the facilities to keep them at a level of standard that is acceptable going forward. I had not received the BCAs in advance of preparing the budget. So it was a number that we just kind of threw in there as a placeholder. And if we have to make any revisions, then we will. Ivy Lee Wharf, like I said, we have engaged a consultant, and next week they will actually begin their underwater review, the topographical surveying, and the geotechnical investigations. And then parks projects for 2022 involve some pathway work at Bateau Channel, the pathway work at Centennial Park, the viewing platform in Lyndhurst. All of these things have been included in the capital, so we can discuss those further afterwards. And that is operations.
So I am going to recognize the deputy mayor, but before he speaks, he did have a question in regards to drainage. I realize that we're not that granular at the presentation stage, but can you speak to what we did for drainage last year versus what we're planning on doing for drainage in 2022?
So with the road network projects, that the drainage is included in there. What we did for drainage, we identified some projects had been identified previously from as far back as 2018. And I think we've addressed all of those concerns now. Going forward, similar to what we had done on Russell Road, I see us knocking the berms off the roads and doing ditching and those types of things to promote drainage off of the road. We don't have any specific projects at this time, but when the spring comes, they will pop up again and people will let us know which ones need to be addressed in 2021. So that's our plan. There's no shortage of needs in this municipality.
But I'm the only other thing I'd like you to speak to is I believe that we had only budgeted 45,000 for ditching last year, but then we did significantly more than that because we did less in something else. And so we didn't have to worry about the budget not being there, but you now know that we have a lot of ditching needs now and that budget is allocated correctly at this point.
Correct. We've actually consolidated some of our accounts as well, so that we have more flexibility with those projects, the roadside ditching versus brushing versus mowing, all of those types of things. We've consolidated those accounts. Yes, we tried a different process as well by bringing the ditching in-house. We rented an excavator to save costs, to keep that number down. And we have budgeted more money in 2022 so that we can get more of it done.
Perfect. Deputy Mayor, do you have any additional questions?
I do, thank you, and through you, your worship. Lex Road, have we officially taken over that road? Is it finished up to township standards? The extension on Lex Road?
Through your worship, yes, I believe that council endorsed the receipt of that road at in October. At the
In
council meeting.
October, so we're good. And
That is, we will be
drainage is
maintaining that road from start to finish now.
perfect. That's it.
That's it. And the drainage issue that was on Lex Road, that is hopefully also rectified at this point in time?
So Lex Road is a staged approach, what we have done there. We've addressed the drainage issues for the residents immediate with their basements.
Mhm.
So that has been addressed. The water still releases down the hill to the farmer's field. I'm waiting for hydro to relocate the poles so that I can continue that ditching further down so that it releases down into the river instead of across the field, which it has historically.
Fair enough. Okay, any further questions or comments in regards to the operation presentation? Okay, we'll move forward with recreation and culture.
Good afternoon. So recreation and culture, this one will actually be quite brief. As this council is aware, COVID has absolutely wreaked havoc on recreational and leisure programs and services since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. We've had to shift on the fly, find new ways of delivering programs, accommodate COVID safety requirements, and huge communication with public. As we move into 2022, we're incredibly hopeful that we really will be in a position to begin to reopen the community and programs and services. And in fact, I was looking back at earlier years as part of the orientation for our new recreation assistant, Katie. And when I look at the diversity of programs that we were offering pre-pandemic, it was pretty impressive for a small community. I recognize fully that recreation and leisure programming will not be delivered necessarily in the same way. And we really see it prudent to engage community and look at which programs will be of most value. How do we deliver them? How do people want to engage with us? What is their comfort level in returning to indoor facilities to participate in recreational programs? And so that will really be kind of driving our initiatives as we, again, look to rebuild those programs and services. Not only that, our horizon broadened a little bit in terms of that role in terms of communications and engagement with community. It was a way that while recreation and leisure programming sort of took a step back, where we were able to reallocate our time, our resources, our knowledge and expertise. I just want to see here, very much as our library CEO indicated, recreation and leisure programming can be key in terms of mitigating community wellness, health, safety, and well-being. This looks at seniors programming to encourage seniors to come out of their homes and engage with other people, passive recreational opportunities, no to low cost recreational services. And I think a lot of these, again, will be driving forces as we look to rebuild and regrow our programming lineup. Of particular interest, of course, also is some policy development being very much on the horizon for the Recreation and Cultural Department as we look ahead to 2022. We did an assessment for sports tourism readiness as part of our work under the profile of economic development. And we recognized that I was perhaps trying to run before I was ready to walk. And so we want to use this year to take the opportunity to develop the policies, processes, procedures. So not only will it benefit our municipality and the residents that we serve, but prepares us in terms of readiness for sport tourism. And by this, I mean facility rental agreements and policies that go alongside with that. Parks use policy, docking policies, et cetera, et cetera. And we're starting to lay the groundwork for many of those. Of course, a lot of the work that we do in recreation also overlaps with community engagement services and whatnot. Really, the big things that you'll notice in the budget, of course, change year over year is a $5,000 increase per the cost sharing agreement with the town of Gananoque as it relates to the arena, which is currently in process as we speak. We no longer have access to the pool at Landon Bay Campground. Therefore, we will not be offering the swim program in 2022. That has definitely been a reduction in our budget because, of course, we allocated about $20,000 in salary, and the pool needed a new liner. So included in the 2021 budget, obviously not carried ahead, was $15,000 investment in their facility for the pool liner, which would then allow the health unit to open the facility. The final reduction that I want to bring to your attention, of course, is that staff had budgeted $35,000 for some of the studies and whatnot related to the Escott complex, which of course were largely captured as part of the building condition assessment and we're no longer, or we're not carried the words today, my apologies, were not carried forward as well. And finally, as we look to the last bullet on the slide in front of you is grant writing to support programming and to support both our Director of Finance and Director of Operations in terms of implementation of findings from the building condition assessment as it relates to asset management, programming and planning.
Fair enough. Any discussion or comments in regards to recreation and culture? Go ahead, Councillor Grow.
Thank you. I'm just going to combine something. This has to do with salaries and salary and benefits. When I add up economic development and recreation, because I know I believe you'd be shared, shall we say. So when I did my math on that, we've had a 14% decrease in salaries and benefits. Is that a single person having left, or is there more to that?
Sort of.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, and through you, your worship. Pre-pandemic, or when we were in the early stages of pandemic, our department actually had 3 full-time staff. That was myself, the recreation assistant, and a community and business services assistant, which was previously filled by Trish Brown, pardon me. As we moved into the 2021 year, we'd kind of maintain the budget for that. But we kind of took on the challenge to see, recognizing that programming wasn't reopening in a fulsome sort of manner. So if I'm not mistaken, we've reduced the salary for that particular position, which would result in that decrease that you're seeing.
It's a position that's been, okay. Councillor Jameson.
A bit of a throwaway line at the end. Your worship, through you, grant writing in support of program development and plan capital projects. This is not necessarily something that we show in our budgets. Am I correct? But at the same time, there's been a high level of success within the township to capture. So we can't look forward, but is there a figure that you have at this stage, including things like, for example, I know you were tremendously helpful, more than helpful in getting the Farm Credit Corporation grant for food bank. But so taking the aggregate of all that grant writing, what's the figure we're going to end the year with roughly that we would not otherwise have seen? I'm not talking about, transfers we knew were coming. I'm talking about.
No, thank you, Councillor Jameson, and through you, your worship. I had to ballpark for this calendar year. If we look at capital funding, so the COVID ICIP for the Sealy's Bay Place structure, the funding for the accessibility improvements on this building and programming, as well as the service delivery review, probably in excess of $400,000 this calendar year.
Okay. So I'm trying to keep a thumbnail on that as it's come up, and I agree with that figure. And I think it's very important for us to keep in mind that as we ramp out of COVID, if we've got the skills on board to ensure that we can go after this money, we need to go after this money. And then there's also private partnerships that are available, but things like the farm credit going to the food bank to be able to offset the needs to transition the trailer to a food bank. This is from a private sector, helped develop through the township effort, and it all comes together, and that means somebody isn't coming to council and asking for $20,000 to fix something. So I really appreciate that we've gone down this road strongly in the last couple of years, and I hope we maintain the smarts on board to get this done. Thank you.
Any further questions in regards to this? I did have a point to make and it's escaped me now. It was in regards to grant writing as well. Anyways, it might come back to me. If not, oh well, wasn't been that important. So go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Director Goodman. Do we have a plan B for the swim program?
Thank you, Counselor, and through you, your worship. Incidentally, I was involved in my spare time as a volunteer for a program that was called the Winter Instructional Swim Program. And it's a volunteer-run program that was delivered in 3 of our villages and grew to include Gananoque as well, whereby over 8 weeks in the winter, through donations and program registrations, a bus would stop at, for example, the Lyndhurst Library, pick up students, drive to the Celia's Bay Library, pick up students, and we would bus into Kingston. The children would get to participate in half an hour free swim, half hour swimming lesson, and bussed home. The buses were fully supervised, the whole gamut. And so for a lot of our residents on the north end, that was the option because a lot of them were unable to access the swim facility. So I think one of our first opportunities is to look at transportation for swim programs. So if we can get our youth to a neighborhood program, whether it's a summer program in Rideau Lakes, to the YMCA in Brockville. Alternative, we could look at options for beach water delivery, for example, at Kendricks Park, or in partnership perhaps with the Parks Commission at some access point along the parkway.
Go with follow-up.
Is there any way we could anticipate maybe an outdoor facility of our own, similar to what Land Bay had to offer, only maybe bigger?
Thank you, Counselor, and through your worship, it's something that was mentioned at a very, very, very high level as part of our recreation master plan. But I think that was in reference a little bit more to like an indoor facility, not an outdoor facility. But certainly at the direction of council, I would be happy to look into a possible business case for that. I think we can probably do very early planning stages at our desk. And if there was a need for additional funding for external consultation or resources, I would be happy to come back to council with that request when and if appropriate.
It's an interesting point you make because there's something that we have to keep in mind, and that's we're surrounded by water, and not having children who know how to swim is kind of an important piece. And not just know how to swim, that somebody's thrown them in the deep end and taught them that way. And I know that some people believe in that methodology, but that it speaks to our concern about safety. So food for thought in regards to even an outdoor facility. But as we will get into capital projects, we have an infrastructure deficit already. So to add further infrastructure may or may not be what we can do right now, but nonetheless, it doesn't mean we can't have the conversation to see what that looks like down the road. So Councillor Foti, you had your hand up.
I did. Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Director Goodman. Is there any plans, weather permitting, for outdoor rink to be prepared when ready this year?
Thank you, Counselor, and through you, your worship. In fact, we've already had the conversation with our pickleball club to ensure that they have removed all of their infrastructure from the outdoor court facility. And in consultation with our Director of Operations, I believe that early work and planning is already underway to have the base installed so that we are ready for the cold weather. And in fact, we've even talked about some at a very, very high level opportunities for our other communities. We know that Celia's Bay, for example, often shovels off the part of the bay right by the docks. And there's a very small concrete pad in Lyndhurst at the Jonas Street Park, right across from the water source at the local library. So if we can engage the appropriate volunteers, and if collaboratively as a team, we think it makes sense, that's certainly another option that we might consider.
Great. Follow up.
Please. Thank you, Your Worship. The Celia's Bay reference, do we have equipment that's adequate and not heavy to help facilitate clean off of the bay?
Typically, thank you, through you, your worship, that program is typically run exclusively through the Lions and community volunteers. However, owing to my connection with the North Leeds Youth Coordinating Committee, we lobby for a little bit of funding, and we're often able to secure about $200 in donations from the United Way through the North Leeds to the Lions Club to help maintain that rink, whether it's shovels they need to purchase or offset fuel supplies for the snow blower.
Sounds good. Thank you.
I remembered what I was going to say. I knew it would come to me. Just to bookend what Councillor Jameson said, I know that grant writing is undertaken by mayors in other municipalities because they do not have the staff to do it. And as much as I would be happy to do that, I know that my schedule does not allow that kind of dedicated, focused effort on something ancillary to that, although it's critical in order for us to increase our or decrease our overhead potentially and reallocate those funds to another project that we might not have been able to do otherwise. So I know that grant writing is an important skill set that we need here in this municipality to make sure that we don't leave any stone unturned or any opportunity wasted for additional funding. So thank you. Okay, so moving right along to economic development. Go ahead.
All right, and thank you again. So economic development is actually a portfolio that's shared by myself and the Director of Planning and Development, Marnie Vendetti. And I think as a team, we do really well building off of each other's strengths and whatnot so that we're able to provide robust service to businesses, budding entrepreneurs, and so on and so forth. When we look back at 2021, really, we were still in a year of COVID recovery. And I look forward to a day when I no longer have to say COVID recovery. But really, some of the big work that we did was continue to work with the United Counties on their regular local business, regular meetings. That was a point of connection with us, different levels of provincial and federal government to better understand what programs and services were available to our local businesses. And then through the work that we were doing on Digital Main Street and the other services through Miss McKenna Modeler, we were able to distribute to our local businesses. And what we were able to do was, I think if I'm not mistaken, we were able to get about $5,000 in grants directly through the OBIA or Ontario Business Association to some businesses to help turn bricks and mortar into online presence stores. We've done a lot of work, I think, in terms of engaging our businesses with their online presence and digital marketing. We were fortunate to have 2 projects funded by OMAFRA through their Rural Economic Development or RED program. One of those is year 2 of the Economic Innovation Project that we do in partnership with the town of Gananoque. And you will have seen numerous articles published in the Post, the Shop Local campaigns, the Grow With Us, Sunflower Seed campaign, et cetera, are all a result of the work that's done under that particular grant funded program, as well as the Pop-Up Farmers Market project, which unfortunately didn't really generate the traction that I'd hoped this year, but it is a 2-year project and we are already looking ahead to a very successful 2022. Using some of that funding, we were able to purchase and launch the Driftscape tourism-based app in partnership with Front of Young. And what that's allowed us to do is use a mobile-based app to showcase our local parks, green space, boat ramps, public libraries, free public infrastructure, as well as our agricultural community, those very food producers that we are endeavoring to engage as part of the Pop-Up Farmers Market. As council is very aware, of course, part of the economic development work in 2021 was also related to our membership with the St. Lawrence Economic Development Corridor Commission. And you'll see on the last bullet, the business plan and partnership procurement as it relates to the broadband fund, which unfortunately, owing to changes at levels of government above us, were unfortunately unable to come to fruition in this calendar year. All right. Planning for 2022, of course, in front of you on the slide is the approved economic development strategy that the Economic Development Committee brought forward within the last year to council and was adopted. Of course, it talks about really supporting our core businesses, making sure that they can stay with doors open and slowly look at opportunities to grow that base, particularly with a focus on hospitality, tourism, and housing. Now, for the large part, housing is addressed under building and development, and that's where that comes together. So while Director Vendetti develops the processes and the permit lines and works with developers to create housing, on the other side of things, that's where we really look to communicate and engage on some of those things so that developers are aware of the opportunities that exist. And that's something that we'll really be putting a push on for 2022 as well. It is our goal to have We actually have within the Economic Development Committee already a work plan that's been vetted by a small working group or a subset of the Economic Development Committee that very clearly lines out a number of programs and services that I will review with you in just a moment. But it really is in line with council's direction to ensure that we have a deliverable under every one of those 3 priority sectors by the end of 2022, or at least leading into the election. So our 2022 projects will include an agricultural summit, a business or developer engagement showcase, and a small business showcase. This is in response to early work that we've done on agriculture and in conversation and consultation with both chambers of commerce operating within our community. Of course, we'll continue to leverage those grant dollars that we have for the delivery of the pop-up farmers market, wayfinding sign program, which will see a comprehensive 5-year plan developed for the installation of wayfinding signs or tourism guide signs across our municipality. And that's in partnership actually with 2 of our neighboring municipalities, which then again lends to that whole regional approach to economic development and tourism. When people come to our area, it's not like I'm in Gann and now I'm in the township and now I'm in Gann, and we're incredibly cognizant of that. Really, our goal is to bring visitors here and have them stay with us a little bit longer. We can double down on that, of course, through the continued use of the Driftscape app, and we will be issuing once again the RFP for visitor services so that we do have that physical presence. Again, in a lot of the readiness work that we've been looking at this year, we understand that we have some work to do in terms of readiness for sports tourism, as I previously alluded to, in terms of policy development. But when we look at tourism product development, the one key thing that we're missing is current and up-to-date inventories in terms of accommodations, road networks, restaurants, experiences, et cetera. So that will be a lot of the work as well, so that for those of you who know me, I do tend to get overly ambitious and I just want to go. And so what I'm trying to really be cognizant about is slowing down, do the homework so that we can take the most pragmatic, effective, and efficient path forward.
Okay, the next page is basically the partnerships, which is just a list of people that we work with and funding that the only one that's really funded through us is the United Counties Economic Development through our levy that goes to them. The rest of it is essentially just basic partnerships and communication.
Absolutely.
So not to hijack your presentation, but I was approached by the remaining members of the Economic Development Committee. Some of you may or may not be under the impression or aware of the fact that we've had a few resignations and inability to continue with the committee. The committee has done phenomenal work as provided in the presentation today, as far as giving us priorities that they feel are in line with A, the existing businesses here, and B, the community and what it needs. So, looking at the priorities that the director has just gone through in regards to the Driftscape Act and the visitor services, that speaks to hospitality. And I think I alluded to the Driftscape, I'm having trouble with that word, app, and what Sabera is doing out in Sealy's Bay, and how that may or keep people here and wandering around and looking at sites that remain or may not remain based on pictures and what have you, which is all digital. And those are tools that every community could use here in the municipality. But the question that was posed to me by the Economic Development Committee was what our expectation is of them in the future, because they've done a great amount of work to date, but what more can they do for us? And there doesn't need to be an answer today, but I bring it up to council such that in order for us to continue, we have to recruit, I believe, 3 new members at this 2 right now, in order to meet the minimum requirements for the committee. But there is the opportunity to have them as a working group to do the work. We still need to have the formal meetings to meet the procedure bylaw, correct?
Yes, it needs to have quorum to have a formal meeting and to ratify anything.
Thank you. But that a lot of the work that was done that came through with these priorities was actually done by the working group, which was probably more fruitful rather than being bogged down in Robert's Rules of Order and going forward. So I put that out to the council that perhaps that we could have other conversations with the Economic Development Committee about what it is. They've provided us with some guidance. It's up to us to approve the budget that goes with those potential things. But if there was something specific that they wanted to do, they have the ability to come back to council and ask for said funds. If there was an event, like a national competition that wanted to come here and they wanted to be supportive of that because it would create economic development opportunity. I just bring it up because they feel that the work that they've done has been good, but that what's next and what the expectation is really what they're looking for from us. So go ahead, Councillor Jameson.
Your worship, I do have a couple of comments, but trying to figure out, the Economic Development Committee must meet because it's a committee of council. Okay, I'll leave it at that. So one of the couple of things that came up that in the more granular book, and I'm not sort of catching it here, that I wanted to comment on is in the more granular version, there has been a decision to move away from the community improvement program, the SIP approach to identifying the needs of the villages, the settlements. Am I in the right zone to raise a couple of points of concern here?
I believe CIPs were under economic development. Go ahead,
is it?
Director
Okay.
Venditti.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, are they under community engagement?
My comment being that I was kind of looking forward to the SIP program because I know that, and I'm thinking of the two unincorporated villages that I deal with, but there are obviously more than two settlement areas. There's several settlement areas, none of which are incorporated, all of which have groups within them that are somehow connected and other times are not so well connected. And there's all that stuff going on and then just all the cousins fighting and whatever goes on in the community. But the SIP program to me was an opportunity to try to bring an integration of not only local businesses through whatever groups may exist, chambers and so on, but also the LRCs and the Laughers and the Sabaras, so that through a SIP, community improvement program, I think it's improvement, isn't it? Yeah. That we would have a plan that we could have an overarching set of undertakings and then unique things needed for whether it was going to be Rockport or Ivy Lee or whatever it happened to be that were unique to those villages. So I'm curious to know why we've abandoned that approach, because one more point, my impression was reading, this is before I got on council, when we did the other OP and the CIPs were in that, was that we might have an opportunity to capture other funding. I'm always looking to put my hand in another taxpayer's pocket to try and go after with these formalized plans would allow us to go after other funding when we really understood what it was that these settlement areas need. So we walked away from it. Okay, that's the way it is, but I'm disappointed and I'd just like to know why we moved away from that. Thank you.
Thank you through you. Thank you for the question. So the CIPs have not been abandoned. It's just that moving forward with the CIP program right now, I didn't include it in the 2022 budget. I've updated council a number of times about some of the resourcing challenges and some of the other balancing act challenges that are ongoing in the planning and development department. The CIP project was one that we were going to undertake. And it's not that it's abandoned, it's just not in the budget for 2022. It's absolutely something we need to do. But when I actually do my presentation with respect to the planning and development department operating plan, you'll see that this year, or the 2022, is sort of about getting our house in order, figuring out where we're at, digging out with some of the backlogs that we've done and getting ourselves level so that we can advance with some of that. If council wants to proceed with community improvement planning next year, it's something that we could likely do, but we'd need to retain a consultant to run that because of the resourcing challenges that we have, because it's going to require significant outreach and interaction with the local groups, as you've mentioned, in terms of meaningful engagement. And so I want to make sure that we actually have the opportunity to sit down and have those outreach scenarios and have some good meetings with all of the local groups. You summarized it correctly in that ideally what we'd like to do is a community improvement plan for the whole township and have the whole township being a community improvement plan area. But then when we identify specific areas of potential community improvement in different, as you said, Rockport, Ivy Lee, Sealy's Bay, each of those could be a different project area with some more specific goals and objectives within the community improvement plan. So it's not that it's something that's being abandoned. It's just a matter of managing resourcing.
Okay. And follow up?
Just to say, you hit it for me when you said you want to get to a certain point where you're ready to move to that point. That I understand completely. It just wasn't clear to me in the commentary. I thought it was just going away. But if we're just trying to get our house in order and get organized to do that, then that makes complete sense. And I thank you for that.
I think it's also, people don't understand the importance of the policy, even right down to zoning of areas and making sure that the housekeeping items that have been not paid, I'm trying to come up with something specific because we were talking about a number of them, just things that are needing to be rewrote to bring them up to current standards. And the planning department, because of, challenges with staffing over COVID and some people were off, that sort of thing. It makes it difficult because there's only so many hours in a day. And when we're oversubscribed for building permits and planning applications and zoning amendments, that's putting additional pressure on the planning department. So it's that balancing act. So I think we all appreciate that because we've been briefed and brought up to speed on that, but I'm sure you'll be talking about that more in your presentation. Are there any further comments? The only other thing I would say about economic development, it's fine, you don't need to worry about the slide, is that if anybody had missed it, the council made a decision as of the last meeting to withdraw our involvement with the corridor project, which had approximately a $40,000 a budget item that disappeared type thing, because we are no longer part of the corridor project, not because the work that they're doing isn't great, but that when it comes to how it affects us as a municipality, it was decided that we would be better off to allocate those funds elsewhere. So
Absolutely. And Madam Mayor, I should also add the big budget change that you'll notice year over year in economic development was that for 2021, we'd planned $100,000 for broadband and sports tourism studies. That was to be funded out of special reserves and then of course expensed. That did not happen and it is not being carried forward to 2022. Again, both Director Vendetti and I recognizing there's a little bit more work that we want to do behind the scenes before we bring those forward again.
And that's a good point, because the average taxpayer, if they're looking at it year over year, it looks like we're spending way less on economic development. But in fact, it's not that we aren't spending, we're not spending less. We just didn't have those special projects to move forward and they were coming out of special reserves anyway. So any further comments or questions? Just keep going, Councillor Jameson.
If I may, Your Worship, and I won't dwell on it because I send long notes to staff about the need to move away from the idea of economic development and getting full-time into community building. So indulge the old guy. I'll stop now.
And that's where the community improvement plan came from. Fair enough. If there's no further questions, we'll move forward with community engagement and go from there.
Certainly. And thank you once again, Your Worship. I do see kind of community engagement as the bridge between a lot of things that happen within our municipality. This is kind of our outward facing branch of it, for lack of a better term. In particular, all of our corporate communications are starting to centralize within this area. So development of our community recreation and leisure guide, our newsletter, our radio advertisements and whatnot. So all of our, and additional marketing. So if we purchase advertisements in the local papers and whatnot, kind of stems from here. But the big thing that I wanted to bring to your attention, sorry, I'm just looking at my own notes to make sure I'm kind of following. So that communications would be one of our priority areas moving ahead, as well as some of our community capacity building and COVID recovery once again. So as it relates to communications, the recently adopted strategic plan, of course, paid heed to the fact that communications is an area where we see being a priority and certain an area in which we can improve on a little bit. So to that end, staff are going to be undertaking a review of all current practices, policies, methods that we use to outreach, how effective are they, and then begin to develop and redevelop the appropriate communication strategies and policies to support what we think actually needs to happen on the ground. What tools are we using? How should we be using them? What's the most effective tool to reach a particular audience, for example? And then per the strategic plan and discussions that we've been having as part of the senior management team, a really important function in all of that is to develop some benchmarking and metrics so that we can measure how we're doing. Are we communicating with the right people in the right way? Are they getting our messaging? We know, for example, navigating our website can be a little bit of a challenge. So again, this is an opportunity to lay the groundwork for future improvements and changes that council may wish to make. When we look at community capacity building, I spent a lot of time meeting again with our local chambers of commerce, service groups, our village improvement groups, to talk to them about what the last year has looked like for them. As we know, Peer has not been meeting over the course of the last year and a half, again, owing to COVID. And a lot of them have had a number of significant challenges. And this is because they have not had the opportunity to meet. They've lost volunteers. They haven't been able to host their regular fundraising activities. And as a result, some of them are at risk of losing their website or their web domain, not being able to pay those insurance bills. So as a one-time boost, as part of the council budget, or as part of the budget, we've asked for an increase of the admin money that goes to the 4 village improvement groups from 2,000 to 3,000, recognizing again that will have very immediate gain for them. The one thing, and I know this council is very aware, as staff, we don't really run a lot of community events and those sorts of fairs and whatnot. That really falls to the residents and not-for-profit organizations that operate in our community, the Agricultural Society, the Sealy's Bay Lions Club, for example. And without having those groups there to host those sorts of events, our municipality becomes kind of flat. Where do we go? Where do we bring our kids to go out and celebrate the change of seasons or recognize our culture and our heritage as it relates to agriculture? It's really important that as these groups begin to host events again through 2022, that we're there to help them navigate COVID safety requirements, masking, sanitizing, numbers, entrance, egress from particular events and whatnot, so that they are well positioned for success. Because when they succeed and thrive, we succeed and thrive at the same time. So we can offer support in terms of volunteer engagement. Here's a sample job description, for example, and again, focus on that communications and engagement. And as alluded to by the library CEO, we know that all of these things come together in support of community safety and well-being, right? When you feel welcome in your community, you have a place to go. And so the better job that we can do at communicating that, coordinating those efforts amongst all departments here in the municipality, again, I think we're setting ourselves up for some success when we look to implementation of that plan, such as it is.
Go ahead, Councillor Grau.
Thank you, Your Worship. You bring up some very interesting points about community groups, volunteerism, and so on. And I just want to tie this quickly forward to community grants program. And I know we're going to be discussing that, or we shall be discussing that later. But is the impact of that money, does it harmonize with what you're just saying?
Absolutely.
Pardon me?
I was going to say absolutely, sir.
Okay, so we can open that discussion up a little later. I just wanted, that is a very direct connection. Thank you.
Any further comments in regards to community engagement? Okay. Next is planning and development. You're up, Director Venditti. Yeah, more than a Post-it note. She's got a Post-it note though.
It's just a,
I'm kidding.
I can make it a Post-it note if you like.
I guess Dave wins that particular competition. The shortest notes, the Post-it note.
So thank you, and through you. The budget in front of Council for Planning and Development is quite similar to previous years. As you can see, there's an overall net increase of $74,000, which relates more so to the contract planner position. Could you go to the next slide, please, Kim? So in 2021, I have been keeping council updated as we go, but it's been a challenging year for our department. We've seen a very high volume of building permits and development applications, which we're still continuing to receive and process and review. We've seen a significant increase in construction this year without permits, likely the result of people being home throughout COVID and wanting to undertake projects. We've seen a lot of property standards complaints, and we've had a lot of situations with dogs as it relates to bylaw enforcement this year. So there's been a lot of effort in terms of the bylaw enforcement officer being out and about. And again, some of the property standards complaints are resulting from people being home more than in previous years, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't be enforcing on those. So it's just they've been more visible. So it's been more work in terms of enforcement and property standards. We've had significant staffing resourcing challenges this year, as well as recruitment challenges. And so we're continuing, and we're also continuing to meet with people regularly through online meetings and encouraging that type of consultation with people as much as possible to protect the health and safety of staff that we have. So it's been busy, but I think that our staff have done a great job in terms of keeping up with where we're at. So moving forward into 2022, some of the work you'll see is carry forward. Some of it's new. I'd like to refer to my budget this year as sort of getting my house in order, because there's a lot of things that we need to clean up. There's a lot of things that I want to improve where they're at, so that we've got things ready to go and we have clear processes. We know exactly from a public perspective, here's what you need to do for an application. And from a staff perspective, here's what the expectations is in terms of moving things through the process. So there's a lot of administrative tasks within our budget this year. So with respect to bylaw enforcement, this is a carry forward from 2021, but I want to bring forward what's called an administrative monetary penalty. So a lot of my budget this year is looking at our existing fee structure, what revenues we're generating, how we can possibly generate more revenues to be more efficient in terms of what we're doing. So an AMP bylaw is a different approach to bylaw enforcement, but what it does is that any fines or tickets that we levy, the fines come back into the township rather than going through the provincial offenses system, which will help offset some of our costs and make our bylaw enforcement processes more efficient. And in doing that, we can roll in a number of bylaws that we already have. Those bylaws all will need to be updated. So a big initiative in bylaw enforcement this year will be updating those bylaws and creating that AMP bylaw to bring it forward to council for consideration. With respect to building, there was a report to council in 2017 with respect to the structure of the building department. That's due to be reviewed again. So as I've mentioned to council previously, we need to review our building fees this year. I have included a new position in the building budget this year for succession planning to help train up a new building official so that we don't lose corporate memory. It would also present more opportunities for prosecution and enforcement with respect to non-compliant construction or construction without permits. There's a backlog of long-standing files that have been opened, and we know that we have an obligation as a township to close those files and ensure we know where each of those files are at. So that's a big task that needs to be completed. And we have a number of ongoing prosecutions that will continue in 2022. In terms of planning, there's no shortage of work to do. We need to bring forward a report on short-term rentals. Fee bylaw needs to be reviewed to make sure that we are recouping some of the costs and have a more equitable fee schedule in terms of the work that we're doing. The MNP efficiency review that's being done right now for the township is likely going to come forward with some recommendations regarding planning processes. Aside from that, we do have efficiency reviews and process reviews that need to be done, processes that need to be mapped so that both applicants know what their process is and what our expectations are of applicants so that it's clear. and that our staff know what the expectation is of them. We need to start preparing to do an update of our zoning bylaw, and our website needs to be reviewed. So there's a lot of initiatives we need to do in-house. One of the things that Director Goodman mentioned as it relates to economic development was housing and how we advance housing applications and incentivize housing. One of the key pieces of that is making sure that we have our processes clear and documented so that when a developer comes in with a proposal, we can be very clear about what's expected, what we need, and how we can advance that as expediently as possible. So for bylaw enforcement, I've already gone over a lot of this, but our operating budget is essentially the same as it was for 2021. We are looking at the bylaw to increase revenues for, oh, sorry, it's okay, Kim, go ahead. One thing I would mention is that I have been looking at options for potentially outsourcing dog licensing to look at ways to generate more revenue. So that's something that if I'm successful in looking at that, I would bring that forward for council consideration in 2022.
Madam Planner, can I
yep.
stop you there for a second? Just in regards to the dog licensing, in light of the fact that we've had a number of dog challenges through bylaw, and members of council may or may not be aware that we've had a significant number of dog bites.
Yes.
And traumatic ones. They're not exactly, it's not like somebody's got a puncture wound and that's it. This is major.
Yeah, we've had significant situations with dog bites this year.
So my question to you is, in regards to dog licensing, where does that fall into the process? If a dog bite happens and the dog's not licensed, is it just a matter of we don't know who owns the dog? Is that why they need to be licensed? I'm asking kind of the dumb question, but some people are like, this is just a cash grab type thing, but why do we have to do this? And why should we be doing this is maybe a better question.
So it's not a dumb question at all. Right now, in terms of running a dog licensing program, we have an obligation to have a pound. So we're paying a contract right now for somebody to operate a pound or be available on our behalf if we need to impound an animal. When you look at the cost of running the pound, the cost of the dog tags is supposed to offset some of the costs of administering or enforcing the licensing of dogs. Currently, we're not generating enough revenue through the sale of dog tags or licensing of dogs to offset the cost of doing any enforcement. But there's still a public need that if we receive a phone call from somebody saying, I've been bit, we have an obligation as a municipality to have our bylaw officer investigate that and enforce that. So
well,
it's
not to mention the fact if somebody's dog gets out, that they can be picked up and taken to a safe location.
Yes. And so at this point, if a dog is impounded that's not licensed, we require that owner to come and license their dog before the dog will be released to them. But again, the costs of enforcing dog licensing at this point, we need to look at ways to increase our revenues to help sustain the costs of that program.
Fair enough. Thank you for that clarification. Does anybody have any other questions before she goes forward? Go ahead, Councillor Jameson, and then Councillor Fody.
So I'm trying to understand bylaws again. Your worship, through you. The AMP, when that is put on the table, will that take care of parking?
So an administrative monetary penalty in and of itself, but that bylaw is a structure bylaw that says this is how the municipality is going to administer its bylaw enforcement program. And fines will be levied in accordance with the schedules attached to that bylaw. That bylaw then stands on its own. Then we have to update our parking bylaw to identify where we want to enforce parking, what the enforcement through parking would be, and then the fees that would be levied through that bylaw become part of the AMP bylaw.
Okay.
So the AMP bylaw will constantly be built upon as we do parking, as we do property standards, as we do safe yards. We can add in building without permits. There's a lot of things that we can build into that AMP bylaw so that we have the ability to actually levy fines on people, which the whole intent of the AMP is that the fine is hopefully enough of a deterrent to gain compliance. If we don't gain compliance through the AMP bylaw, then we still have the opportunity to enforce under provincial offenses, which is the way we're currently doing it. The one thing about the AMP bylaw is that if somebody doesn't pay their fines, they don't get their driver's license renewed.
Right. I really like this, your worship. I'm so glad that we're finally moving in this direction because it costs a fortune to take people to court over nothing. So that if we can somehow get our property and parking standards on this AMP path, we're going to be much better off. And I think our taxpayers, well, I'll certainly stop hearing from people about, certainly the parking issue is a huge challenge all over the township. Thank you. Oh, the other thing is just one more thing, the event, no, I'll stop. The event, the business of events and things like our challenges with boat ramps and fishing derbies and so on. Does that come under this or is that a different bylaw?
Special events policy.
Well, so yeah, that is the special events policy, but the special events policy may result in bylaws that could then be enforced through the administrative penalty bylaw. So
They
all
all speak
bylaws
back
can be
to-
related. It's quite circular in
Okay,
terms of how it works.
because that's been a hot point, but staff managed very well in a pinch this year, but I'm looking forward to that being resolved before we get to the end of this term. Because I think next summer, I think we're pretty free, but the summer after that, they'll all be back.
Okay.
So let's get them under control. Thank you. Great.
One thing that I would raise as it relates to the penalty bylaw and the ability to levy fees is that as we start doing more of that, there may be need for additional resources in terms of somebody out there actually enforcing and doing the policing and writing of the tickets, because right now we have one bylaw enforcement officer. But the hope is that through the AMP program, we're actually generating revenues to offset the cost of enforcement.
Mhm. And we just because this has come up just recently where we had some people parked in the fire lane down at the Ivy League, for example. And we contacted the individuals. Bylaw had the ability to do that through license plates on Monday morning, which is fine, but we don't have a bylaw that we could even find them. So it's not like we had the ability, they were breaking a rule, but there was no penalty to the rule. So Councillor Fody, you had your hand up, and then Councillor Grow.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. With regards to the attacks from recently from dogs, should the bylaw officer retrieve said dog, do we have the right to mandate that dog be chipped?
So through your worship, we have the requirement to ensure that they're licensed. We can't require them to be chipped. However, most of the situations recently that we've dealt with have been dogs that are completely unlicensed. And so even if impounded, we may have challenges finding out who the owner is. With the dog bite scenarios we've dealt with, we've had to have a few dogs euthanized over the course of the last few months. So every situation with a dog is different. So, but we can't obligate somebody to chip their dog.
We can't,
We cannot.
no matter what.
We can obligate them to license their dog. We can't obligate them to chip the dog.
Okay. That's unfortunate because you can't draw a correlation between said dog and said owner. I know a story that's historically old now where a dog attacked a child and seriously maimed them. And the owner washed their hands of ownership of the dog, and yet a week later was back in the ownership. And while that wasn't the same dog, that was the story. So I was just wondering if there was any bylaws in our favor where a dog that committed an attack could be forced to be chipped. And then that chip related to the ownership and thus a civic roll number so that there is a dot to
Documentation.
connect.
So one of the things we are looking at, which is aside from the budget, is updating our dog enforcement bylaw, which would require a dog that is aggressive to be, we could issue a muzzle order or something along those lines. Not that an owner is necessarily always going to do that, but if they don't, we can enforce it. So we need to build our enforcement abilities.
Great.
It's
Thank
really
you.
about public safety as far as I'm concerned, but Councillor Grow and then Deputy Mayor.
Yep. Thank you. Just to take us backwards for 1 second, AMP, I was kind of had the wrong acronym. What does that stand for?
Administrative monetary penalty.
Okay. And at this time, because if I hear this correctly, because we don't have the appropriate bylaws and so on, if someone is in what we consider a no parking zone, there's no recourse. We can't tow them.
Actually catch them during the violation,
Yeah.
then we could tow them. But this was a weekend enforcement scenario where we don't currently
Well,
have
yeah,
weekend.
where I live, it's all weekend enforcement. Every minute of
Yeah.
it. Thank you.
I just think it's a relief that we're getting there, just to bookend what Councillor Jameson said. So Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. My question to you, Director Vendetti, is do we currently have a reader, a chip reader for our bylaw enforcement officer?
No, we do not. So when our bylaw enforcement officer impounds a dog, she has to take the dog to the GAN vet, who is our pound provider, and they will scan them for a chip.
Which I'm assuming is done at a cost.
Yeah, would,
They've been
It's part of our contract.
part of your contract. Oh, that's good. So we don't have to buy the facilities.
through you, again, Your Worship, wouldn't it be easier if we had one? And I mean, if the dog came from across the road, you could call the person and say, come get your dog.
Through your worship, it possibly could be. In most cases, when we find the dog, if we don't know where it's from, we have to take it to the vet, as you've said. If we did have a reader and she took it to a house and there was nobody home, we would still have to impound it. So she's still making the trip to GAN vet. When it really comes down to it, we don't impound that many dogs on an annual basis. More of it's sort of addressing complaints and concerns. So I think this year we may have actually impounded 2 or 3 dogs. We aren't impounding a lot of dogs. It's more the follow-up and enforcement of complaints that's taking the time.
Okay, I think we've exhausted dogs at this point. But, if you'd like to go forward with your planning budget, that would be great.
So thank you. And through you, with respect to the planning budget, it's very similar to previous years. Revenues have been increased somewhat this year to be consistent with 2021 to date numbers. So we've increased our revenues a little. The main increase to the planning budget is the contract planner position. Everything else is essentially the same. One thing that there are no special projects. So Councillor Jameson mentioned community improvement plans and that type of thing. As I said, this year, I want to focus on getting things in order, cleaning up the backlogs and making sure that we have clear policies and procedures set out so that we can clean up where we're at and make sure that going forward, we have everything we need to process applications as efficiently as possible. There's a number of policy projects that need to be done, but those are internal. We don't need to hire consultants to do some of those. So there's no special projects included in the planning budget this year. It's more of a year to get ourselves together and make sure that we're at where we need to be. So that coming into 2023, we're prepared to move ahead with community improvement plans and any other broader policy projects that need to be done. With respect to the building division, the main change to the budget there is again with staffing. So the building inspector's position has been increased to regular full-time, and we've got a contract position for a full-time, or not contract, sorry, we have a full-time position in there for a new building official. And so this is just an overview of the building reserve fund to give you an idea of where it's at. The positions for all of the staffing and everything for building. Building is independent of the core township operating budget. So the building reserve fund is to fund all building related activities.
Not to beleaguer the point. Oh, sorry. You're actually going to talk about it in the next slide. That's fine.
Yeah.
I got ahead of myself. My apologies. Go
I've
ahead.
already touched on a lot of this, so I won't repeat it, but yes, so the building official position that's been put in the budget again is for succession planning. We'll add additional resources to allow us better opportunities for enforcement of construction without permits. One of the things that we did include in the capital budget that will be up for discussion later is we included a boat to assist with enforcement on island properties. That being said, Councillor Olkey did ask a question about, is there an opportunity to possibly rent a boat or partner with a marina to use a boat? We've had some discussions with the fire chief as well, in terms of opportunities to use the fire boats and assist with, when we go out in a fire boat, we need a fire person to come with us because we can't take a fireboat out of service. But having that allows them the opportunity to also learn the islands and the locations of development and other things better as well. So we're looking at different options in terms of what's the best way to allow us to do better enforcement on the islands right now, because this year we've seen a significant amount of construction on islands without permits.
Councillor Grow, go ahead.
With respect to the boat and just thinking of the committee of adjustment. Committee of adjustment would often be required or would want to go and inspect. That puts a lot of people in a boat. I see you put down $20,000. That won't get you by much of a boat.
Well, and that's what we've been hearing. So
Triple that won't get
Yeah.
you much. of a
with committee of adjustment, we've been looking at alternatives to going out to the island in terms of having the applicants providing us with a video of the site and a video of the property. But it's always better to see something in context when you're looking at a development application. So that was the way we've addressed application on islands through COVID, but there's a better way to do it going forward. We need to sort out what that is.
We've received a number of complaints of people building on island properties. The frustrating piece for the individuals who actually follow the rules are they're frustrated because why bother following the rules? Because a bunch of other people don't, and we're not actually putting any teeth into them. So I know there was a discussion about potential renewal in the fire service for that. We have a boat that could be surplus from fire over to planning or something to that in the future.
That's 2023.
2023. So there is potential for the future, just it's not in this budget because we're trying to keep as lean as we possibly can. But nonetheless, those complaints have been received and have not been ignored. And they are duly noted. It's just getting the people out there to get it enforced. So anyways, there we go. Okay, so we're at capital budget. Is there any further questions in regards to planning? Seeing none, we'll take a 5-minute recess to break and, okay, no, he was looking for the break. So just a 5-minute break. We'll be back at, actually make it 2:35. Counselor Jameson, I heard that. We're live. Live Saturday night. Anyway, sorry. It's Mark Jameson hour, yes. So I think we have our staff back in the room and we have all of our counselors so that we can reconvene. It's now 2:36 p.m. and we've made it to 2022 capital budget and financial planning. So I will turn it over to the Director of Finance and then go from there.
Thank you. Through your worship. So actually, I just want to take a minute and thank Jackie and Jessica. So for any of council who hasn't met Jessica Thane, that's our new deputy treasurer. We have technically 2 deputy treasurers right now. As Jackie, I'm sure is really sad that this could possibly be the last budget she has to sit through.
Oh my goodness.
She retires next year. And I would like to really thank Jackie and Jessica for all their help. As I get consumed with budget, with asset management, with year end, they really handle pretty much everything operationally day to day, looking after obviously Jackie after the taxes, and Jess is helping with a bunch of stuff too and helping staff with streamlining processes and reconciling our sub ledgers, our GL, all kinds of stuff. So just a big thank you to them because I pretty much get consumed with a lot of these other bigger kind of projects. So
Here, here.
okay, so I just wanted to just give a quick overview of the capital budget. And then we have some slides where each department head again going to speak to the projects that have been identified for 2022. And we can flip to the next one. Thanks, Kim.
Can I ask where that picture was from? I was trying to figure out where it was.
Well,
oh, okay. Thanks. Just out of curiosity. You knew, sorry.
So just a note that I apologize on my error on my part that I missed a $50,000 capital project in the tables. It actually was, Dave did do an explanation in your budget binder, but I accidentally missed that 50 grand in the calculations for the capital budget amount in the table. So the revised council report that was posted to the agenda includes the updated numbers. And I think I included an updated schedule for that reserve fund as well, just to make sure that you had the up-to-date information.
What page are we on in the budget binder, just in case? Do we have, oh, well, it's under tab number
Capital,
4.
Yeah, that's where basically.
That's
right-
where we are, in
yeah.
case anybody was looking. So.
So this is just a summary of the budget, the capital budget we're proposing for 2022, 5.7 million. We've got $865,000 in carry forward projects. And then the budget this year has been built based on asset category, which aligns with our asset management plan and with now our new structure in the reserve funds as well. So while we are going to have department heads come up and talk about their capital items, they actually cross over different asset categories. So it's not like a one-to-one as it might have been in the past. And then we have our funding sources. And this year we have included debt as a funding source for capital. And I'll get into that a little bit more after we go through some slides and talk to the specific projects.
Fire service.
Good afternoon, and through you, your worship. So for the 2022 projects for capital, and we'll speak a little more to engine 20 replacement, but it's going to come through the citywide as well with Director of Operations. So the 2000 GMC pumper that's currently 2 years out of date, we run on a 20-year schedule for frontline pumps, and it's be 2022 very quickly. So it puts it 2 years out of date. Replacement of truck 2 as well will be talked about with citywide presentation based on age, kilometers, and shape of the vehicle, and through citywide replacement of that truck, which is currently being used in fire prevention division. The Jaws of Life battery operated Jaws. The picture is on the slide. It's a spreader. We're looking at, we applied for a grant to try to get the cutter and the spreader together this past year through one of the farm grants, but we are the agricultural grant, but we weren't successful in that. So we do have money in 2021 capital that I'm looking to put towards the cutter for the battery operated, but we're looking to put the a spreader tool in as well. The advantage with the battery operated one is we don't have another power plant. We have just battery operated instead of hydraulic pumps, and which are more the gap. We don't run as many calls now, so our gas gets old. We've got to maintain a pump plus the lines plus the spreaders. So those are the reasons we're looking at battery operated. We do have one piece of equipment that's battery operated as far as the extrication tools out of this station in Lansdowne. One of the other capital projects will be the Class A burn can changeover. We currently have a 20-foot sea container that we're using for burn Class A burns. We'd like to use the 2 of the 3 that we purchased in 2021. We'd like to retrofit those to make 2 different training cans. They'd be set up similarly, and then over the next couple of years use another 20-footer to make basically like a house out of sea cans for our training purposes. And we've priced out having some contractors come in to retrofit those so that we have a different style. So if we're able to retrofit those properly, they'll last a little longer than the last one has, because the last one was basically just set fire in it without any protection to that can. So it's lasted 5 or 6 years now. So I think we could double that for sure. A couple other things that are not on on these slides as far as our capital was the bunker gear, 10 sets, and that's just a rotational bunker gear. Every year we're trying to rotate more in so that we can be ahead of the game. We only have 10 years on replacement on those, so we're just trying to keep a stock ahead, and with new firefighters coming on, we also will need to have that covered. 3 portable radios are also in the mix. The current radio system is up to be changed over 2020, 2023, 2024 countywide, but we're not going to possibly make that with all the portable radios we have. They are starting to deteriorate. We've had to replace a couple so far. We've tried it with some cheaper radios, and you get what you pay for, and they haven't quite come up to the same mix as the ones that we had originally. As well, thermal imaging cameras. One of the things that we're working on is trying to replace some of the equipment that has started to come out of date. This year, we've replaced through operating some of our gas detection, 4 units for that. So we're looking at changing out the thermal imaging cameras. Thermal imaging cameras are very necessary for us. We use them on all types of calls, from structure fires to carbon monoxide alarms call, or smoke alarm calls. Within residence, we can check walls to find out if there's heated areas within. So it's just starting to try to work through some of that equipment as well. And at the bottom of my list, there's 3 sea containers for future structural search and rescue. We bought 3 last year, and I'd like to look at buying 3 more to have a little stock ahead, so that we can start to use those in our building set that we're trying to keep ahead of.
Okay, so that's the fire service capital projects. Are there any questions, queries, concerns? Go ahead, Councillor Fody.
Excuse me. Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the fire chief. This new acquisition to replace the 22-year-old's pump, what is delivery time if you were to order a vehicle? Are they subject to chip malfunction, replacement availability, or?
Well, I think there's been some manufacturers that have tried to get ahead of the curve on it. I was speaking with one that we use out of Ottawa that we bought our last tanker from, and they've got They don't have an actual delivery date on them yet, but they've pre-ordered 2 or 3 chassis. The big problem is the chip and getting the bodies on the trucks. So I'm looking through all the other suppliers to see what else we have, but these guys are saying within the next few months, they should have something that at least we can look at that is kind of pre-built. But to go out and try to pre-build or to build one, we're looking at 2 years before we see one for sure.
Okay, thank you.
And this is the same contractor that the last fire truck, so they're from Embrun.
Yeah,
whatever.
Battle Shield.
Battle Shield, that's it. What was nice about that was that it was built locally, could be serviced locally, and they stand behind their work as well,
Yeah,
which
they've been very good.
the suppliers are.
They're actually in Station 3 today working on their truck. There's a couple little issues with that. So they've been very good. If you call them, they're here in a couple of days to get things on the minor things, or they're very good to come right that day if they really need to. So
I think that speaks to being able to respond quickly. And I know that these, I believe there's one out west and there's one down in the States kind of thing. That those are their other options for ordering. But if I know we have to go through the tender process regardless, but go ahead, Councillor Fody.
Thank you, Worship. Through you, with regards to the same pumper truck, when it becomes redundant, what happens to that vehicle?
I believe that truck would go through the disposal process that we've come up with the purchasing and disposal of assets process. Unless there's other means to do that. We have in the past done some donations to fire services. What's the name? Firefighters Without Borders.
Yeah.
We did send an older pumper from the station out west or to one of the northern reserves for that. But if there's monetary value, we'll certainly look at what we can do with that.
Okay. What, if I may, what I was thinking along that line, should we go down that road of donating it to somebody in need? Only because I don't know if we were to go to a First Nations donation with something like this, is it legal for them? It isn't legal for us under the underwriters. Does the same apply to areas that do not have the funding to keep abreast of the laws, regulations?
Well, I think through your mayor or your worship, what I think happens with these trucks is that they're not looking for frontline trucks. Our trucks, in order to stay current with our underwriters, with our tanker shuttles and all of keeping a station to station, we have to have Class A trucks. I don't believe they're the same standards for some of the reserves. That I'm not 100% sure, but it seems to be they are able to buy those as fire trucks and refurb them to get them to the standard they need.
That's what I was thinking, because watching that particular unit work the day of your tanker shuttle, I mean, obviously it's our number one go-to unit right now for that purpose until replaced. Who knows, it could last X number of years for somebody else.
Absolutely.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Grell, you had your hand up.
Thank you. Following up on Councillor Fody's situation or questioning, is that truck of any value to us? Like if we bought a new one, can we also have it? And or is it become something that we cannot have and maintain in a legal sense in the fire service?
Thank you. And through your worship, absolutely, we can still keep it. It could be used as a reserve pump. It can't respond legally as a first run vehicle. What happens, it's all fine until something happens, right? So if the house burns down because the pump decided to give up that day, that's when you start to run in liability wise by not having a pump that's up to date.
Yeah,
we could use that as water source, or it could go to the training center, or it could be kind of transferred around as a second run pump.
Okay, if for instance, it didn't hold much value outside of the township.
Absolutely.
Okay. I'm not sure, Mike, if I'm gonna, if you're the right fellow to be answering this, but on page 51 of the original binder, there's a comment here that says, and it's to do with the asset management plan, I believe, but it says the highest risk assets are the assets with 5 for each metric blah, blah, blah. And all 11 assets are in the fire service department, and it's got $7.5 million. Now, you may not be the person to be answering that question, but I was struck by that number. And then sort of just moving it forward to our capital ask. On the page 29, which Kate just gave us here in this budget, it says capital funding debt of 2.6 million. Whereas the debt items that I've added up here are the fire station, the pumper truck, and what was the third one? Excuse me. Ivy League. Okay. So those added up to 4.7 million. So what's the difference there between that 2.6 and 4.7? Is that just a timing issue?
Yeah, through your worship. So Sealy's Bay Fire Station included in 2022 is 400,000 for land acquisition and design. And then the actual construction cost would be the following year. So I would propose to wait and borrow for everything at once.
Right. So the 400,000 would be now in the debt
In this-
area. And then the 2.2 or whatever would be pushed for that. Thank you very much. Okay. Then while I've got you here, Mike. Just looking down at the new capital projects, we are looking at exclusive of the new pumper. And I'm assuming, not being a fire guy, that a pumper truck is $700,000 because it's the real meat and potatoes. It's the pumper as opposed to the tanker. Am I correct in saying that? Like a tanker would be 500,000. Is that fair to say?
Yes, and through you, your worship. Yes, we run pumper tanker trucks as well.
Sure.
So the pumper itself carries about 1,000 gallons of water, but it carries all the necessary equipment to the call. It's got all the compartments. It's got usually the bigger pump to run the call, and it has to be a certain size pump to maintain a Class A run. So that's why
the high
they're
cost
so
of this is
absolutely.
because it's sort of okay. So am I right? I'm looking at it in addition to the truck, which was ticked off here as a debt item. We've got $200,000 worth of items there. Are you quite confident that those need to be in this year's budget?
Absolutely. There's been, as far as our bunker gear and our portable radios, those are all items that if we don't have portable radios, we can't communicate with on
Sure.
scene.
Sure.
The bunker gear, obviously we need. The C containers, the Class A buildings or the Class A fire containers. Like I said earlier, the fire training center had all of its assets or all of its equipment and props that we have there are all within like 10 years old. And there's been no real new props put there. And going down the model, we're going as far as doing our in-class, and now with the fire college closing, there's a lot more call for actual live fire training. And this would give us the opportunity to be able to do
Half-ton
that.
truck.
Half-ton truck is
We need a new half-ton truck.
something that is, well, it's got 200,000 kilometers on it, and you can see through it, and the front seat's almost fallen out of it. So it's
It's
what
well
was-
it's
used.
getting close.
And just be white. What's your point?
If it was my truck, it's not such a big deal.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, so any further comments or questions in regards to fire service budget? Capital budget. Seeing none, we'll move forward to operations.
Thank you. So I have broken the 2022 capital for operations into 3 different categories. It aligns with what was in the budget document. There are new capital projects. These are items not in citywide right now. There are additional assets that we feel are required. There's carry forward projects. There are ones that haven't been completed or will take multiple years to complete. And then there's citywide asset projects, which have been generated directly from the citywide application. So of my slides coming up, all of them will say new projects and carry forward projects. The Director of Finance is going to speak, and then I'm going to give you a demonstration of citywide, how we generated those citywide capital assets. I'm also going to answer some of the questions I know around the risk, the consequence and probability of failure. So all of that will be demonstrated at the end. So I've broken it into the different categories as well. Facilities capital, the new projects. There are the recommendations from the BCA report that we just completed, the building condition assessment report. I had not received this in advance of the budget document. So we had put in an item of $500,000. It turns out that we need to invest about $810,000 this year. So I'm going to be working with our Director of Community and Business Services and hopefully retaining some grants to cover that additional money. That includes basically every facility has some requirements. Some are major, some are minor. One of those is a Station 3 generator, which has actually been noted by our facilities group. Currently, the generator at Station 3 is portable, and the fire staff roll it outside when the power is out, plug it in, fire it up, and then when they no longer need it, they roll it back in again. We'd like to make that stationary outside with an automatic switch so that we don't have to perform this exercise in the middle of responding to fires and all that type of stuff at the same time. They should be able to focus on what they need to do. 1233 Prince Street, site works are required for this site. It's a few different things here. We have no security between the public and our operations. So we feel that we need to put some sort of security measures in there, whether it be a gate or something of that, something along that line. Currently, we have our fuel tanks located at the back of our dome, and we do not have a contract with Stinson. For me, it doesn't make any sense to engage in a contract right now because there's a bigger problem right behind those tanks with our sand dome. Structurally, there are concerns that our operations group has been starting to push the back wall out a little bit. There are stress cracks in that back wall, and we feel that it'd be the perfect time to take this opportunity to expand that dome at the same time. We currently have to fill the dome about halfway through the year, top it back up again. We'll empty it right out by January, early February, and we have to fill it back up and it's empty again by the spring. So if we have to relocate the tanks, if we have to rebuild the wall, now's our opportunity to build what we actually need for this facility and build it for good. So that's basically the site works for here. In addition to this, I would like to implement a public sand facility where people can come in and get a 5-gallon pail of sand. This is the only municipality that I've seen that doesn't provide that service. And my personal opinion, I think that we should for our residents, but that's to be discussed. The oil grit separator, that's the picture on the bottom. This is all of our floor drains drain into this oil grit separator. When it was installed, it's just blank metal. It's not coated or anything like that. We have put a road plate over top of it because it has failed. The grate that you see there has separated from the frame. And this is something that we were actually driving over every day with our vehicles. This is right in the middle of one of the bays. So we put the plate on to secure it for now. We have secured quotes to do the repairs required for this, but we're going to wait for the budget process. It's secure for now, and we'll wait until budget's approved to be able to do those repairs. Fire kitchen storage. I think our health and safety group would probably note the amount of material and everything that's stocked up in the fire kitchen. Since we built the offices, everything that was stored in that space has been relocated out there, and we need to clean it up a little bit. So this will address those concerns. Carry forward projects, municipal building beam work. That's for this administration building. We just received the report today, preliminary report, where they recommend that we do some remedial action to the beams to make sure that they perform the way that we're expecting them to. For fleet capital, new projects, light duty 4x4 vehicle. This is actually for my position. There was a vehicle here when I started, and then we hired an additional manager of roads and fleet. So I gave my vehicle to the manager of roads and fleet, and I've been driving a rental vehicle, which I would like to return as soon as possible. So that will replace that. Tandem axle tag trailer. The purpose of this one are backhoes, the Renner excavator that we use this summer, our tractors, everything. We drive them to wherever we're going, or we pay float service through a local contractor to get them there. It's inefficient, it's ineffective. We keep a backhoe in the north end and we keep a backhoe at the waste site here in Lansdowne. And if the waste site is open and we want to do work with a backhoe down in the northeast corner of the township, we drive the one from the north yard all the way down there because we need the other one at the waste site. That's ineffective. If we had a trailer where we could move things around, I'd be able to keep the backhoe here where our trucks are, hook onto the trailer, put the backhoe on it, and be there in about half the time. There would be great efficiencies from that. The portable hoist, the picture on the bottom is from municipality that I came from, where I'd purchased portable hoists there as well. I can't say enough about these. The days of the mechanics sliding underneath the trucks to try to do work have come and gone. Fixing hydraulic hoses and they're spraying all over their faces, and it's not effective. If you want to pull the tires off of a truck currently with the way that we have it, we have to jack up the front of the truck, put it on stands, jack up the back of the truck, put it on stands, do our work, lower it back down. For an oil change could take you 3 hours. You can do an oil change on one of these in about 45 minutes with the hoist. The savings is unbelievable, and the safety. I can't speak enough about how these operate, how safe they are to work with. I wouldn't recommend anything but these. They're portable. You can move them from bay to bay, and they pay for themselves in no time. Carry forward projects. Oh, sorry, diesel plate packer. We rented. This is for drainage. And I know last year when I stood in the same spot, I said I would talk to you every single year about drainage, and I will. We need a diesel plate packer, and the purpose of this is when we put a pipe in, we need to ensure that we have the proper compaction. We've been renting diesel plate packers all summer. They cost us, I want to say they're about $1,000 a month, and they're about $15,000 to buy. So we've put about $6,000 to $8,000 in this year in a rental. I just like to buy one, and then we no longer have to rent them, and they're there when we need them. The carry forward projects, we have a 3/4 ton with plow and sander. That was budgeted in 21 and tendered. Due to the chip shortage, the tender went out in March, and we still don't have a build date on this truck. So we're in the queue. As soon as they can get it to us, we'll have it. But there's no end in sight at this time.
So we already approved that in the 2021 budget.
That is correct. Okay. Roads capital, new projects, the storm sewer replacement in Sealy's Bay. This is the one on Bay Street, just up from the boat launch. It was brought to our attention by Councillor Jameson, actually, that we had a sinkhole on the road. So I engaged a contractor to go out and look at it. They exposed the pipe, and we found that there is no bottom in the pipe for basically the entire length of the run out there. So they did some remedial action to keep it safe for the winter, but this is something that has to be replaced in 22. There's no question about it. One way or another, it's going to fail. Storm sewer master plan in village design for Lansdowne. This one, the village of Lansdowne it's reached the end of its useful life. The roads in the village, we have drainage challenges. It's something that needs to be completed in order to bring this village up to where it should be. This is the capital of Leeds and Thousand Islands. Working with the county as well, they want to look at the intersection of Eden Grove and Prince and look at the retaining wall and all those types of things. And this is the first stage for doing that. We're promoting growth in this village. So we want to look at the water, we want to look at the sanitary and make sure that we've incorporated everything when we do this. Ultimately, I'd like to introduce an urban cross section to the entire village where we have at least a sidewalk on one side of the road. We have curb and gutter, we have storm sewers, and we stop draining our water across private property. That's the objective of this project. Carry forward projects, Kidd Road North Bridge. I was waiting for the updated bridge inspections, the OSIMs, to be completed. I received that information in the fall. This one was still identified as a project, so we'd like to move forward with that in 2022, investigating it. Parks and land improvements, new projects, Centennial, Ball Diamond, and Gazebo. So the ball diamond itself, it requires some attention. We need to add some sand. We need to clean up the fences. We're replacing a light where the Osprey is there this year. The gazebo obviously is the teepee that was removed. There's an interest in replacing the teepee with a gazebo, that we have that blank pad there right now. The staff shelter and paving at the Sealy's Bay Harbor. This would be for the harbor master. And then the paving as well, that is the accessible parking lot for the boat ramp. So we really, for it to be fully accessible, it should be asphalt, not granular. Wetland viewing platform in Lyndhurst. This one we had talked about in 2021. We'd like to move forward with that project in 22. Trails in Centennial and Bateau Channel. The trails in Centennial, they're overgrown with grass. They need some granular added to them. They need to be tidied up. They kind of lead to nowhere right now, and they need to be cleaned up. Bateau Channel, we have the parkour play structures out in field. It'd be nice to tie a pathway into those so that people are actually walking from one to the other and able to utilize that equipment. Carry forward projects, Ivy Lee Wharf. This is a multi-year project, which I hope to have completed in the fall of 2022. Like I said, we've engaged a consultant who will be on site next week to start their investigations. And they anticipate that we'll have final design completed with approvals and ready to be tendered by July. Solid waste capital. Everybody's been to the waste sites to see these huts. We have a trailer currently at Escott, and that's what we'd like to introduce for the employees at the other two waste sites. Additional money has been included for Briar Hill to provide electrical service to that trailer as well, where it doesn't currently exist. So it's just replacing those structures with something more suitable. And that's it for me, for now.
I apologize. Questions in regards to capital for operations, Councillor Fody and then Councillor Jameson.
Excuse me. Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, Director of Operations, you had mentioned at the onset an additional 300,000. Is that in reference to the expansion of the sand dome out here? Is that where that other 300 is required?
No, the additional 300,000 was the total of the BCA summary that I provided to council last week. They recommended in 2022 we invest $810,000, where we had budgeted 500,000 for facilities this year.
It's only because the BCAs were not completed before the budget document was created.
Great.
That's correct.
Any further, Councillor Fody, before I go to Councillor Jameson?
Okay, if I'll take the opportunity. Thank you. So then where is this expansion of this dome in the budget? Where's that fall?
There was a line item
Buildings and facilities
for site works design,
right?
For $50,000. I believe it was in facilities as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So it would be on page 52 of the budget binder.
We're just looking at the preliminary design for this year to make sure that we look at the entire site together.
Yeah, it's page 52 of the budget binder. Councillor Fody, it's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5th line down. There you go. Are you complete with your question? Sorry. Okay, Councillor Jameson, go ahead.
Yeah, just on a smaller point, the viewing platforms, your worship, through you, the planning to proceed with in Lyndhurst, is that still going to involve community investment?
The budget that was included for that did consider the community investment portion.
Right. Okay. It's a point to make that the residents did raise considerable amount of money among themselves in order to advocate very strongly. And I really admire that effort on their part. So I'm looking forward to that. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you for bringing that point up because it is an important one, because without their significant investment, perhaps it might be pushed aside. It limits our obligation, that's for sure. Questions in regards to operations, capital investment? Go ahead, Councillor Fody.
Thank you, Your Worship. With regards to your double drop trailer to move the backhoe, how big or what size a well are you looking at, and are your trucks equipped to all that?
Through your worship, I'm looking at a 20-foot deck with a 6-foot beaver tail and a 6-foot ramp, hydraulic. And our trucks are equipped with air on the back, and we have pintle hooks.
Okay.
Yep. And sorry, in addition to that, we also have 5 Class AZ drivers. We have 5 Class AZ drivers.
That's actually a good point because you can't haul those trailers without the AZ. Any further questions? Okay, so that leads us to, sorry, capital reserve funds. Is that the next one? Oh, funding sources. I got ahead of myself page. So, oh, sorry, Councillor Gorell have found a question.
Through your worship, yes, for our road construction this year, we're proposing Taylor Road West and the Boundary Road with the city of Kingston. That's correct. So both of those segments of road, yes, with double surface treatment.
Okay, Councillor Director Tyndall, wrong term, I apologize. So we're going to be talking about capital funding sources at this point.
Thanks through your worship. So just a different kind of summary of the information that's included in the capital section, showing how we're proposing to fund from reserve funds, 2.6 million to almost 2.7 grants. So that's the OCIF and federal gas tax money that we receive. And I should stop calling it federal gas tax because that's not what it's called anymore, but that's still what I think of it as. It's Canada Community Building Fund. And then proposing to borrow 2.6 million included in 2022 projects, but also actually I'm proposing to wait till the Sealy's Bay Fire Station is actually complete, which would be at least the following year before we would actually borrow and start making payments. I haven't looked in great detail into the debt. Like I've looked at the Infrastructure Ontario interest rates to do the calculations that are in the budget, because I know that they are one of the cheapest avenues that we can take for a municipality to borrow capital funds. And I do think they actually offer other types of borrowings where we might actually be able to do like a construction loan or something if we needed to. So I don't have a definite timeline on when we would borrow the money, or maybe we would just leave it in unfinanced capital. But the 2022 budget does not include any debt repayments, because I am thinking it makes more sense to wait till Fire Station 2 work is done and do one debenture for all of the capital work at once. And that's, I think, outlined.
Page 67.
Thank you.
I think it's important to point out that I believe the interest rate on Infrastructure Ontario right now is like 0.75%. So if everybody had the ability to borrow that cheaply, Infrastructure Ontario. It's the provincial government. Yes. Yeah, it's your money. Well, it's everybody's money because there's only one taxpayer and but the other thing is that whether we do it now or we do it later, the cost of building anything or cost of maintaining anything is continuing to rise. So whether we finance it now or wait and push it off, it'll end up costing us in the end. And with the interest rates being as low as what they are, to me, it makes more sense, but I'll let the treasurer continue on.
Thanks. Yeah, through your worship. So I do think it also, I agree, it makes sense to borrow at this point. I think these are large ticket items that make sense instead of depleting the reserve funds completely. And we can see the reserve fund balances here. At the end of 2022, they're projected to be about 4.3 million. So, I mean, there is money there, but obviously, actually, I think if we go to the next slide, please, Kim, because we are spending more capital money every year than we're putting into capital. So this graph is just trying to show that trend. Obviously, the blue line has got some significant dips. I mean, we're through the asset management program and then a lot of the work that Dave's doing. Obviously, we're trying to come up with a more structured approach to how we maintain our assets, whether it's the roads or the facilities the fleet, whatever. So I know that some of that will help hopefully smooth out that blue line a bit. So we'll have a little bit more consistency around how much money we do need to fund each year. But there's always going to be bigger projects too, right? So if there's a complete rebuild of a facility, obviously that's going to be a spike where we're likely going to need to look at borrowing.
The spike that happened in 2010, I'm assuming that's this building.
I believe so.
Yeah. So I'm looking at capital investment. And if you look at even the 3 years that we've been here as council, we've invested, but there's a major uptick this particular year that's underscored by the infrastructure deficit that the asset management plan has brought forward, which is why we're at the point we're at. Questions about that? Go ahead, Councillor Grow.
Sorry, it's this is my nature. It's more of a statement. And just bear with me. We've really reached a watershed moment for this township. Previous to this moment, we have not talked about debt. We've always thought of debt as hey, it's in our back pocket if we have a terrific, catastrophic incident. We'll go borrow some money. We have never talked about it, and I don't believe in the last 10 years, probably councils have talked about debt. So in that it is a watershed moment, and we are actually using debt in order to keep, we've reverse engineered, in my opinion, our taxes here this year. And we're reverse engineering it by saying, oh, let's get a number like X. And we're going to work backwards from that. And one of the consequences is we're assuming debt. I think we have to probably, but it gives me great pause. And this council, what worries me is at the thin edge of the wedge. I don't know what happens next year, what happens the year after and the year after. We're already talking another 2 for a fire hall. What happens the following year? So I would feel more comfortable about this because I do realize that it's probably the way to go, but I would feel more comfortable if I had a sense of where we're going next year and what would be our plan after that. And I heard a rumor that we might actually be working on such a plan. And I would like to see that before I am asked to vote on accepting this package here. That's a lot said, but I think this council has probably asked itself the same question, like, ooh, debt, here we go. And I don't want to take it lightly. We've escaped it through casino revenues, and we lived pretty high off the old pork barrel there for a while. And I think that we need to give a severe thought to this. I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I would just like to be certain that this council is putting us on the right track in terms of the debt. Thank you.
Go ahead, Director.
Through your worship. So just to be clear, there is no reverse engineering of any kind to come up with this budget. We build the operating budget based on service levels and based on what we think is financially sustainable, as we talked about, trying to lessen the reliance on the casino. So we do have money in the reserve funds because we know that we are behind, and that's kind of what this slide's talking to. Is the asset management plan. We know we should be putting 3.8 million into capital every year, and we have not been doing that. We've been putting about 3 million. And then the average contributions to the capital reserve funds have been about 1.8. So we know we're not putting enough aside for capital. So that's why part of this budget is trying to increase those transfers to capital, to reserve funds for future capital. I would love to give you a plan to look at before you approve this budget, but I can tell you it's not ready, and it won't be ready in the near future. It'll be ready hopefully sometime next year. But like, this is a work in progress. Between Dave and I, we've moved the asset management plan forward here farther in probably 8 months than has been done in this township in the last 10 years, as far as I can tell. So coming up with that financial plan is not something that can be done overnight, because if I bring it and it's not complete and I haven't had a chance to actually make sure the numbers make sense, and Dave hasn't had a chance and Mike hasn't had a chance to go through all their capital for the next 10 years, it's going to be meaningless when we bring it forward. It's not going to, it's going to change. Like, it's too hard. So many variables in the financial plan to try to estimate and understand, to make sure we bring something that is actually usable. Otherwise, it's just a guess. So in terms of this budget, to me, I look at the debt and I don't know, I'm getting the sense from you or your comments, it's like a scary thing, but when you look at your household income, I don't have money to go buy a house without getting a mortgage. I don't have money to go buy a new vehicle without getting a loan. So like, we are not going to have the money to invest in capital, especially a new facility. I mean, we could deplete the reserve funds. We have 4 million there. We could totally wipe them out and then have nothing for capital the years after. And then we'll have to start increasing taxes again, right? Like, it's totally up to council to decide which way you want to go. But it's not, in my personal opinion, it's not realistic to think that this township is not going to have to borrow money to invest in your capital when we know we're behind. Like, there is an infrastructure deficit. When Dave talks about the building condition assessments, if council chooses to let go of some of those buildings, again, that's one way to lessen that burden that we have right now, because we are behind. Are there assets we don't want to maintain, or do we want to drop levels of service? Do we not want to have as many parks, not as many play structures? I mean, it's totally up to council to decide those things. But if we're going to think about the next 5, 10, 15 years, we got to keep bumping up those transfers to reserves, and we likely got it. We're going to have to borrow, or we're not going to be able to do the work that needs to be done.
Thank you. And in support, I want to make this statement. A few years ago, when we came on this council, we decided to adopt an asset management plan. We hired the right people. We all could look around this table and say we're very satisfied with that. So in total support, I would like to say the rubber's hitting the pavement this year, it would strike me. And that's part of the debt, which, thank you for that cogent explanation. And that's where we voted to do this. And now we're having to vote on it, so to speak. We started this process 3 years ago. And that's where we're at.
I'm gonna, sorry, I'll let you bookend it and then I'll go to Councillor Jameson, please.
When council voted to take on the asset management, it wasn't you've made your bed and now you're lying in it. This infrastructure deficit would have kept building, and we would have been blissfully going along, throwing money at fires as they came up without any forethought or planning. So this was foresight on the part of council to say, we need better information. We need to get on board with the asset management thing. This isn't a comeuppance or a day of reckoning. It is in a way that now we're getting the information to make smart decisions about our assets. And what we're being told is we've got to bite the bullet, and we've got to start planning farther out. So this isn't a shame of council by any stretch. This is good information finally coming through all the work of Kate and Dave and their staff to get the asset conditions in, build the risk metrics, and build in the useful life. So now that we can sit here and make informed decisions. So maybe I misread your tone, but it's a good thing.
I just wanted those words on the public record. Thank you.
Councillor Jameson, go ahead.
Okay, well, you got them on the public record, your councillor. So it's kind of what I'm hearing, your worship, is the same thing as being said. And the rubber is meeting the road because we asked for it. And this is all a good thing. I have to echo that statement. When I looked at the asset management report respecting the buildings, because we haven't seen the roads yet, bless us, the buildings, you pause. But now we know, and putting out fires and waiting till something collapses or whatever has been how it has worked. And when I read that, the infrastructure deficit across the province is something from unis is something like $52 billion, I'm glad we only have a little piece of it. So I think in terms of trying to project numbers, basically of what we might want to borrow, that's a moving target because we're going to have to prioritize as we go as those moving targets turn into burning platforms to all the stupid strategic planning words, all the MBA words. But it comes down to at this stage, we can make an informed decision next year when they have more capacity in these asset management. So the thing about this and sort of playing with the casino money, and I just want to make this point about moving forward in the way we should move forward, which is this way, is that, and I'm going to ask the question of the treasurer in terms of financing this. We need to find out how to finance. We can finance, but how to make the payments. And the other thing is it isn't always clear that if you actually fix something today, you're not repairing it as much as you can sustain it for less money than you were constantly shoring it up so it didn't fall down. Kind of like the sewer situation in Sealy's Bay. It's just been neglected for so long. We have a big cost. So in terms of financing it, one of the things that I saw floating around, and then I'm not seeing it here, is using that casino money, positioning it as a way to make the payments. In other words, principal and interest payments, rather than using it as a piggy bank to throw at some projects, which we have in the past that were completely inappropriate when you look back on it. And I know hindsight's 2020. So when it comes to borrowing money, we can utilize found money, if you will. Is that possible is the question. Can we ensure we have a policy around the use of the casino money that can be utilized to service debt?
Director. Through you, your worship. So I totally agree with Councillor Jameson's remarks. So I think in some ways it's difficult to say exactly where the casino money is going because it's coming in and we have a casino department and we now are budgeting 400,000 coming into that department, and we're taking almost $2 million and putting that in reserve funds. So that 400,000 is in theory part of that 2 million, but regardless of what that $400,000 amount is, like I'm trying to make sure that that 2 million is still going to those reserve funds no matter what. But I think I agree with your comments. And I think coming out of COVID, hopefully the casino money does return. Hopefully we can budget those debt repayment numbers in that casino department. And so if we get $1 million or we get $500,000 or whatever that casino revenue is coming in, and it's helping, whether it's funding the debt or the transfer to reserves, it's funding basically our capital, helping fund our capital program, and kind of however we want to look at that. But the more casino money we get, the easier it'll be to pay for this debt and keep putting 2 million, 2.5 million, whatever we can afford to inch up each year. It will help us achieve that without having as much pressure on the tax rate, right? So,
which ultimately means less pressure on the taxpayer.
Exactly.
Which is what the goal is. And I believe that, to add to your comment, that is something that the treasurer and I have talked about. Being a mortgage broker in my day-to-day life, nobody can save fast enough to buy a house, especially in this market. But even before this market happened, it used to be that people would save up 20%, 50%, and then buy their house. That does not happen now. Nobody has the ability, unless you live a very extraordinary life where you either you live very meagerly or you have a great income. So the good news is that debt is cheap at this point. The better news is that if we are prudent in our budgeting and only expect a smaller amount from the casino revenues and have the ability to take any potential surplus, half goes to debt repayment, half goes into reserve funds, whatever the policy might be or the recommendation of staff, I think that they'll crunch those numbers and say, this is probably the best use of the surplus. But, as Councillor Gorell said, the rubber meets the road. Now that we have the information, we can't stick our head in the sand and say, well, we can't do this because we don't have the money. We have to figure out a way, because otherwise it's just going to end up costing the taxpayer more at the end. Or as the director said, it's up to us to divest ourselves of some of the capital infrastructure that we have so that we don't have to maintain it. And I don't know if that's a popular decision of what the taxpayer would think is a popular decision, but that's for council to decide, not me. Council Fody, I'll leave it to you.
Leave it to me.
Well, for now.
Thank you, your worship. I thought I was going to be able to be like Pontius here, thumbs up or thumbs down. I agree with pretty much everything that everybody has said. Councillor Grell worded it best. We asked for this information. Now we have it. We have a very competent financial staff who have taken the financial numbers that need to be applied, and we now have that. And as Councillor Jameson had said, now we have to make a decision. I'm comfortable with debt when it's managed right. I've done it my own personal. We all have to some degree, as you alluded, whether you're buying a car or a house, you're managing it, whether you're comfortable with it or not. But so the debt part doesn't bother me. I guess the comforting part is you had alluded to the fact that we could deplete our reserves instead of the debt. So if our reserves are always somewhat equivalent to the amount of debt we have, we're really not in debt per se. Correct? I mean, if we borrow $4.5 million and or pick a number and we have $4.5 million in reserves, it's a trade-off. So I think I'd be a lot less inclined to support this conversation if we were going to borrow 20 million with $4.5 million in reserves. Having said all that, there's been a couple of comments made about selling off some assets that have made by a few people. I'm suspecting that one asset is a elderly building that's going to require a large sum of money. This would likely be one of them. We won't go down that slippery slope. I'm going to bring it up. I'll just go out there and state it. Springfield House for the whole Escott complex. We've asked for all the asset management. We've asked for the building condition assessments. We've asked the financial department to bring this forward, and we have it all right here before us. Now is our chance. We could do exactly what previous councils have done and ignore the Escott complex, Springfield House, and do just exactly what everybody else has done. Nothing, except throw some loose change at it and pretend you threw a coat of paint on the front door and there's the answer. I, for one, having all this information in front of me, and if we're going to go into debt, and if these numbers are to cover all our building condition assessments, I want to retain Springfield House. I think some of the numbers we've seen are not astronomical for that building. We've had discussions both privately and with other citizens that we have to hold our historical archives and treasures somewhere. And I drive through the village of Delta often, heading north to a familiar property. And you can't drive through that building of Delta without seeing the mill. You just can't. I think we are looking at Springfield House and the whole Escott complex in the wrong light. We're looking at it as a liability. I think it's high time we had a different aspect of council perception in this township and look at it as an asset and treat it like such. Bring it back to life, turn it into a park, turn it into a bicycle arcade stopover route, call it what you wish. But we have to put our archives into some form. And I don't think there's any better place to put it than that building and invest money in it. And as I've alluded to, I'm all in favor of doing all the above, providing that everything is covered. I will not be in favor of much of this if I find out that certain entities have been shoved aside because of the severe cost to get them repaired. I'll leave it at that for now. Thanks.
I believe that the director will speak to that, but the repairs for Springfield House are part of the total 810,000, the immediate repairs that were proposed. So
Yeah.
Director.
Through your worship. So Director Holiday, I'm sure can speak more confidently about the different facilities and the related costs. I just wanted to make a comment further to the beginning of your comments, which, we could just take the money out of the reserve funds and not have to borrow right now. But it's kind of like I said too, with your home. You wouldn't necessarily go out and buy a house and take all your savings out of like your kids' RESP or RSP. Like, you know, it's kind of like a balancing act too for the township. You know, I'd like to see us have some money in reserve funds so that if something does break and we have an unexpected, you know, capital expenditure, we do have some money, kind of like pay as you go funding to me. So like if we're putting 2 million, 2.5 million every year into capital, which we always do through the reserve funds, which is fine. But we know we should be doing 4 million in capital work, but we've got OCIF and federal gas tax, and that makes up a little, like, it's trying to make sure we're just being strategic about it. Like, and so when we're looking at building a new facility, like if you're buying a new house, to me, that's one that makes sense to borrow for, because it's a significant amount. Instead of just wiping out our reserves, we basically amortize that over the life of that building, which again, matches the cost of that facility to the taxpayers that are in the township over the life of the facility. Like there is some thought there too, to trying to match your costs with the people actually using those assets. And so I guess I'm not like a huge proponent of debt, but I don't think that we should be afraid of debt. I think for a municipality our size with an infrastructure deficit that we have, which I think generally our financial health is fairly well, considering that we do have just one loan and it's not significant in my mind. And I've outlined in the budget binder, our annual repayment limit is like 3 million. I would never suggest we get to that kind of like, I would definitely not ever suggest that we go anywhere that high, but I think it is prudent to use debt as a means of funding, especially when interest rates are reasonable. So, and then I don't know if Dave wants to speak more to your comments about the actual facilities, because I'm not as familiar with that.
Dave, do you want to approach and speak to the building condition assessment? I think that's what Councillor Fody wants, reassurance that the proposed amount, I know that the placeholder was only 500,000 in the original budget document, but you had mentioned something about going after additional funding as well through grants and other things as well.
That is correct. So the total investment required for 2022 is $810,600 according to our BCAs. We had budgeted a placeholder of $500,000, and the intent is for myself to work with the Director of Corporate Services to secure funding for the others through Trillium Foundation, and there's a few different avenues where we can get money for heritage facilities and historical facilities and those types of things. And that's been our intent.
So, Councillor Jameson.
So I'm just, maybe I left the room for a minute. Your worship, I'm just trying to sort out, we have to get to a certain comfort level moving ahead, so that when, I know I'm coming to the end of my sentence here, but in the intervening months, we have to go out and discuss what decisions we're making for the longer term. And I'm not thinking about it with respect to the risk at all, because I think watching the capacity within the staff and everything else, getting to the point where I really trust what I see because I have seen what has been accomplished. I'm not particularly concerned about the commitment. What I am concerned about is if we begin to try to pick at it. It's a larger picture. Yes, we need to retain, and I don't want to quote Rumsfeld because he's not a person I particularly liked, but the issue of what's known, knowns and unknowns, and that whole thing. What the treasurer is saying is hang on to some money for the stuff you don't know about. And buy debt, buy money for the stuff you do know you need to do. You don't want to find out the hard way. We've had a few emergency repairs that we didn't know were coming, and that's where we need the reserve. If we borrow for what we know needs to be done, and now that we have all this information about what we need to do, we can borrow intelligently, including Springfield House, and just get it done. And you look at the pay down and you look at the interest and everything else, but I believe that we're divesting from other areas that will impact positively the debt carrying. I'm not putting it well, but I just see if you get something fixed, you don't have to spend spend any money on it for a while. So that's all I'm saying. And the thing about emergencies is, yeah, you want to have something in your back pocket. So I like the direction. I think it makes complete sense, particularly with the really good information we have and we're going to get through this asset management program. Thank you.
Fair enough. Counselor Fody, did you want to ask anything? I thought I saw your hand up.
Well, I could leave it up all afternoon on this subject when it comes to the finances of the township. I'll just say that the largest comfort zone I have is knowing the staff we have behind any entity of this whole input, whether it's finance, whether it's the fire department, whether it's operations and planning. Knowing the staff we have in place gives me utmost confidence in what I'm reading here today, or have been reading like everybody else for the past couple of weeks. If I was in a lot of other situations with different staff, I'd be taking this apart. I would be picking it apart, Councillor Jameson. But I agree with Councillor Jameson's point that move it forward as a total package as presented here. The debt is not insurmountable, but I did want to come back, and that's really where my hand was flinching there a minute ago. Councillor Jameson had mentioned about the casino money. I made a statement similar in this very meeting we had last year, that might have been the first time in 20 years we had a real budget. I think I made a statement along that line last year, meaning we weren't moving forward with virtually any money expected from casino. And I think knowing, and I wish the casino and all their staff and management well, and I do believe we'll see, as well as everybody else, some money. How much and when? Yet to be determined. But Councillor Jameson's point about taking casino money as an unknown and apply it properly, and you had mentioned, your worship, whether it goes half to reserves and half to the principal and debt, that's where I would really like to see the casino money go in, and when and if, and it looks like from the conversation we will be heading toward that. I don't want to put a black bag over our heads, and other municipalities have done that. They've taken on debt and then all they could do is service it. They couldn't pay it off. And I don't want us to go down that road. We have an asset in the casino that can help us pay off debt at some point, and I would like us to deal with that when that time comes. Thank you.
Are there any other comments or questions in regards to the funding of capital projects? Seeing none, we'll go forward to grant funding and obligatory reserve funds.
Thanks, through your worship. So this is just a summary of the two reserve funds there with the estimated contributions and withdrawals included for 2022. Just for your information, basically. It's also in the binder. And I think that's actually pretty much all I have for the slide. So if there's any other questions at all that I can answer now, and if not, Dave is going to do a quick demo for Citywide to show kind of how we take what's in Citywide and how it actually created some of the tables and information that's in the budget document. And then Dave and I would be happy to answer any other questions too.
Excellent. You want to come forward? You're going to sit down for this one?
This is where I get to nerd out a little bit.
This should, if you're getting comfortable, maybe we should get comfortable too.
This won't take a long time. It's just easier to work my computer this way.
Can somebody actually pull the shade behind over there, just because there's a glare on the camera, unless Dave keeps his head perfectly still. There we go. It's getting there.
Okay. I'm going to share my screen, if that's okay. Can I do that? Bless you. There we go. Okay. Bear with me for one quick second. So this is the main screen that we open when we get into Citywide. We have the maintenance manager, which I'd love to share with you, but because there's private information of residents and that I'm not going to. Basically, a request comes in through several avenues. It comes in through our website, the Ask a Question app, which we've featured all over Facebook and trying to get people to use it. Calls that come into the office, transfers from one department to another, those types of things create service requests. And then from a service request, it goes to the appropriate contact at the municipality, and they make it into a work order, which the appropriate staff from there on follow through, complete the work order, and then finish it off within citywide. So the work completed to an asset gets applied to those assets within citywide as well. The other one, the one that I really want to show you, is asset manager. This is the big one. I think Mark Jameson's been looking forward to this more than anybody.
It says a lot about his home life.
So within the asset manager, we have our complete inventory of everything that we've uploaded to date, and really need to give a thanks to not only Kate and her staff, but also to Lisa Lawrence in my department, who has, I can't even explain how much work she has done to make this work for us. And also to Citywide themselves, to PSD. They were fantastic to work with. Within this as well is the asset management. And then in the asset management, we have the capital replacement profile. This is the one that I always go to. This is when you're looking for the information, everything that's in your reports that says citywide asset, this is where it comes from. So to Councillor Gurrell's comment about, I want to look further down the road. How far down the road do you want to look, Brock? So this right now is, I can run a report.
Dear.
I can run a report for 50 years right now by just hitting that run report button. This is for all of the assets that we've entered in today. I won't go quite that far. Let's give it
10 years. Get a 10
let's
year
give it 10
report.
years. Let's make it 2032. And we'll make this 2022. Then I run a report. So keeping in mind that we just received our BCAs, we're going to be refining this information. We have some information in here right now. We have all of our bridges. We have all of our fleet. Now, I'm going to work with the fire chief to update the information for the fire fleet so that it reflects his requirements. That's something that we're going to do in 2022. Machinery and equipment, that's your printers, that's the tools that we use in the garage, you name it. IT, all of our computers, everything's in here. Parks and land improvements, you'll see that there, the $1 million for docks and piers, that is Ivy Lee for 2022. Site works, playground equipment. As we refine, these numbers will grow, but we'll also have a plan for them. We'll know what their life expectancy is. We'll know when they were installed, all of that information, and it will spit out a long-term plan for us. In the road network, obviously this is the big one. We have our high-class bituminous roads, that's asphalt. Low-class bituminous roads, that's surface treatment. We do not have gravel roads in this plan because we're not replacing gravel roads. Gravel roads would be an upgrade where we would have to enter that program in there for them to go from gravel up to surface treatment or up to asphalt.
So just to clarify, gravel roads are only maintained. So they're in the operating budget, not in asset management.
Yes, and I can run an operating budget in here as well for all of our assets that we have in here for maintenance year after year, similar to the capital, but I want to show you capital because we're talking about capital right now. In here as well, we have our water meters and wells. As we refine our water system, you'll see more populating here. Actually, you won't see the water system because it's 40 years. If I ran a 50-year plan, you would see all of the water system populate in here. You would see the sanitary system populate in here. As we refine with our storm sewers, you would see the storm sewers populate in here. So all of this information will come into this plan. So how do I go back? So within this, you look at this, you see a bunch of numbers. If I let's pick on fleet, because I know fleet was a concern about
Fire trucks.
I think it was Councillor maybe that raised that question about how we select a fire truck over a public works truck if we only have a finite amount of money. Don't fail me now. There we go. So in this, you'll see a 2004 Freightliner 4-door pumper. So I come into this asset And this gives us the information for the projected. Okay, it shows that you have your hand up. The overall condition is very poor. The risk rating is very high. So that indicates that that needs to be replaced. So I'm just moving the screen around here. Within this as well, we have our risk profile. And I know Councillor Jameson had raised a question about this with that matrix, which we provided for each category. So here is the matrix with the consequence of failure on the left side, the probability of failure on the bottom. So what exactly does that mean? Well, the consequence of failure, or the probability of failure, sorry, is the cost, the economic weight. So because it is almost certain, given the condition, that it's going to fail. So it's exceeded its life expectancy based on the parameters that we've set. It makes it almost certain, a 5 out of 5, that it will fail. For the economic, and that's where it is down there, we have set categories for the cost. You know, how much of that risk are we willing to assume with assets? And it grows exponentially as the value of that asset grows. So if we have a $10 million asset and it fails, it has a larger economic impact than something that costs $5,000. So with that, it has a severe risk level because it's almost $500,000. That doesn't seem right. So this was the original purchase price.
Oh, he's got the screen. There we go.
Sorry. We have also added a strategic function to this consequence of failure. The purpose of this was exactly what we talked about. We looked at all the individual categories. So when we're looking at fire fleet, we're saying that it has a high risk, but we're saying that fire has a higher risk than public works, because if we don't have a fire truck, we can't respond to emergency situations. If we don't have a public works truck, we can do without it. Really, in the grand scheme of things, we don't have that same level of risk. So as a result, fire will always have a higher rating than public works. And I'll show you an example of public works where the risk level for public works is only 3 out of 5. Just for that reason. We're saying that it still does have a risk, but it doesn't have as high of a risk. So that's how we generated the 25 in the matrix. Okay. So I'm gonna move this out of the way again.
So essentially what it does, it takes the guesswork out and the human error.
It does.
Because everything is scored and put in accordingly.
And
correct?
it's all standardized across the board that way. So we have done this for every asset that we've put in the program. We've rated them on a scale of 1 to 5 for their risk based on their categories. You know, park equipment has a lower risk than facilities. And even within facilities, we said that facilities used for emergency response have a higher risk than standard facilities. We can close the canteen at Kendricks Park, but we can't close Jesse Street because it's a emergency response place.
Fair enough.
Facility. So public works fleet. So you'll recognize all of these assets in here. It'll open, that have populated in 2022 are also the same ones that are on the sheet that we provided you that say citywide asset. So the hot box, the F-150, and the trailer as an example. So I come into here and I look at the risk. And you'll see right here that it has a minor risk. I don't know if they can see that on yours. It has a minor risk level of 2. Nope, sorry, that's economic strategic. It has a risk of 3 out of 5. So we've set public works to a risk level of 3 instead of 5. Something else that I forgot to show you with fire is this strategy. My battery's dying, but hopefully we'll get through here. So we're refining this. This is just straight line deterioration for when they should be replaced. So this vehicle should have been replaced based on the parameters that we've set in 2018. And we've hung on to it for an extended period of time. Okay, so that is that one. And then I will show you a road. And that will be the end. So I will pick a road here. do actually. I don't know if it'll last. Thank you. Oh, yeah. I'll go get it, arm.
You move your table over, hun. If you,
The table does move, doesn't it?
the table doesn't move there.
Thank you.
Problem
Okay.
solver.
We're good. We're good. Okay, so as an example for 2022, we have Sand Bay Road. So Sand Bay Road in 2022 shows a good condition. You're wondering, why are we investing money in Sand Bay Road? Well, if I go into the strategy, it will explain why we're doing what we're doing. So can you see that? You can see that. Okay. So in 2022, it shows that we did our road needs assessment, condition assessment in 2020, and it gave it a 76 out of 100. That puts it in the green range, which we've set as preservation. So green range being preservation, the cost is about $1 per linear meter, we'll say as a benchmark. As you go down into the yellow, into the peach, down into the red, the costs grow exponentially. And the cost down in this area for a full rebuild is more like $18 a meter by comparison. So the idea is to keep it up in this range if possible. So we've set a program in place where we can do a seal coat at the cost of $87,000 for the entire length of Sand Bay, which will bring that rating up into about it looks about an 83, 84, and extend the life of that asset further. So this is showing that we can do it 3 more times after that, where we'll hit the condition where we won't quite meet that range that we've set to continue to do seal coats. And at that point, we'll let it drop down to the point where we'll have to rebuild it, bring it back to 100, and then repeat this process again. We've set these profiles for our asphalt roads. We've set these processes for our surface treated roads. We have seal coats, we have microsurfacing, crack sealing, pavement overlays, all of those types of things have been incorporated to extend the life of these assets and save money. Ultimately, that's our plan. So this is what we have been working on with our asset management program, looking to have everything in the program so that there are no questions. We can set this plan at 10 years, we can set it at 150 years, and it will tell us how much we need to invest in these assets for the next X amount of years. That's it. That's what I wanted to show you.
Councillor Fode, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the Director of Operations, seems you were kind enough to hit on Sand Bay Road, which I'm familiar with its location. Now I know where this money was coming from, because facetiously, you could spend $87,000 from the Black Rapids interchange before you got to where we live with $87,000. So you're speaking from County Road 3 to the Black Rapids intersection.
That is correct.
Because once you mentioned seal coat, that took us poor gravel people out of the equation. All I could think for initially, I thought, you're going to seal coat Sand Bay Road. You're going to bank the corners. But then I realized, okay, you're not talking about that segment. But no, this is great. And whether we're talking 50 years out or 5 years out, this is what the whole program was all about, right? It actually gives you the financial tools and the planning ability to do just what you did for this year's budget.
Correct.
That's really why most of you got off the hook this year on an easy round of budget, because it was so well presented by the finance department and the numbers were so accurate that quite frankly, it's a pretty soft year this year from most budgets I've partaken in.
We haven't passed the budget.
We haven't
yet.
passed it yet. We haven't passed it, but it's about as close to foolproof as it can be with the tools that have been provided. Thank you.
Does anybody have any other questions for Dave or for Kate? Oh, Kate wants to add something.
Sorry, I just wanted to add something through your worship, just that, and so in this program, which I can show you, but I don't want to bore you but Dave and we get right into asset management. So, but I can run the financial statement numbers for our TCA, like our assets right out of this program. I can run reports that tie right to what we need to file for the financial information return, which is we have to file. It's required by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing at year end. So like this software is allowing like operations to use it to manage work. It's allowing us to use it to be able to tie that whole list of assets to our actual financial statements. Like from an IT perspective, we're managing every single computer. I know where every computer is now because we actually have it listed. Like it's being used for a whole pile of different reasons. And that's where I said, like, I feel like we talk about the asset management plan, which is just a document, a piece of paper, but there's actually so much more behind that going on, like with Lisa, the work she's doing, and then with Dave and his team. So just, we can happy to talk about it. If anybody wants to reach out, we're happy to talk asset management and show you as much as you want to know.
Any further questions? Well, I guess you guys are off the hook for right now. I'm just gonna say a few words because this is the end of it, basically. We still have a motion on the floor, which we have to deal with, but I'm gonna say my piece before I put that back in for debate. But this is our 4th year of budgeting because we had to pass a budget that was made before we got here, essentially. And this is our, well, we can begin budgeting process in the fall, but we may not be, depending on who decides to run or not run, may not be back around this table. Probably Councillor Fode's point about this is the easiest budgeting process. And I don't believe that the staff would agree, because I know that it's been a different type of budgeting process with the asset management program that is now in place. But if you're anyone that understands budgeting or how budgets come together and how to forecast things, it's an extremely difficult tail to pin on the donkey, if you will, because you're flying blind half the time. The program that is now being implemented into the daily ongoing work that we do here essentially takes that guesswork out, which then provides us, or should provide us, with more confidence around the council table, not having nothing personal against the senior management staff, but what we had before were best guesses. And now we have data that's informing and input into the system, which I can't underscore the importance or the crazy amount of work that is and what has been done to date. And so I would like to thank, on behalf of council, every staff member who's made the effort to put in that time and to go blind looking at numbers, because I know that's what it's been. But we, as taxpayers in this township, will be benefactors of that very hard and specific work. And will be generations to come that will benefit from it, because we won't be as behind the 8 ball as many other municipalities. And the reason I bring that up is because we are supposed to be going down this path at the county level, and not to go down that road, or that rabbit hole, maybe is a better way of putting it. We are considerably farther ahead than most municipalities. And that's just from the simple fact that we have staff that took on the asset management plan and ran with it, and ran. So I know that I'm extremely proud of the work that's been done. And I know that there's still lots of work to be done, but I believe that we have left this municipality better than we found it from a financial point of view. And meaning that we're saving and spending and catching up and doing the things that we're supposed to do going forward. So I appreciate all the effort on the staff side, the council's side, from taking every painstaking look at every page, because I know it's a lot to take in. These budget binders, you can go blind looking at them, but it's an important role that we play here. And the questions that were asked today were important. And so the motion that remains on the floor, we do have one counselor that was unable to make it today, and we have another counselor that didn't make it to capital discussions. In speaking with the clerk, there are a number of parts of this motion, rather than reading out all of it all over again, that could be passed today, in that like the one-time contravention of community grants policy. Those things can be passed today, and we could defer the operating budget approval and the capital budget approval, because that would give both Councillor Maybe and Councillor Olkey one last kick at the can if they had further questions or queries before it's passed. The only other caveat that I might make is that I know that there was discussion about not passing this budget, waiting on county. I caution council to wait for that. The main reason being, it makes no sense. At the end of the day, there's nothing, I didn't hear anything here that we needed to cut. There was no, unless there's something that comes forward from Councillor Maybe or Councillor Oki on the capital side. But this was a bare bones budget of things that need to be done. I'm not saying that we approve it today. If we defer it to give a sober second thought for the ones that are here today, but also the ones that aren't, to have some input before it's passed at a future council meeting, it means that we know that we're going to have our staff knows that they're going to have the budgets they need to do to move forward with the projects that we've hopefully will approve through capital budget, but also the operating budget, so that they can make sure that they have contractors booked in, whether it be for renting the machine, to make sure that we can get the ditching done and have that booked already. So the recommendation was that we would remove the approval of the 2022 gross operating budget and the 2022 capital budget, but that the rest of the parts of the motion would stand. And so I will read those out so that you understand which ones they are. Go ahead, Councillor Footy.
Thank you, Your Worship. So if these are removed, when are they coming back around? The
It would
council
come
meeting
back
in
to
December?
Committee of the Whole, December 6th Committee of the Whole.
So it's not so far away. All I'm thinking is we're talking about a capital expenditure of $700,000 for a pumper that's already illegal in the eyes of our underwriters. If we put off this decision, I don't suppose 3 weeks are going to make much difference then.
I wouldn't say so.
Okay.
Fire chief. Okay.
And then on top of that, your comments about the county, any window as to when their budget might be set?
Our first budget meeting is in December. I'm not going to lie in saying that it wouldn't surprise me if there's a slight increase at county. I believe the slide that was up earlier today, that based on up to a 3% increase at county would put an overall increase here at 2.8 or sorry.
2.4. So if
2.4,
county goes
sorry.
up 3, then our overall would be 2.4.
Right. So I think it's very unlikely it would be that much. But like I said before, our needs here in this municipality aren't tied to what they're doing at county. It's our need. And so delaying our approval of our township budget to me is somewhat irrelevant. I understand that if we were looking at a major increase and there was something major going on, maybe at county, that maybe we have to look at it in context. But this to me, in light of not having any impact phase in or any real growth, that we're just prolonging something that's inevitable. I'll let you speak and then I'll read the new motion. Go ahead.
I'd like to move ahead on everything. We've all had the opportunity, all of us, to go through this budget. We've had the granular in front of us. I'm not hearing large objections. I do not like the idea of delaying based on what we think the county and the education budget might do. The narrative provides us with things that staff might adjust to if needs be. It's just one of these things that I get concerned about, the delay, because things can start to slide, and where you have an opportunity to sort of unleash your people to get moving. There's efficiencies right up front the sooner you get to it. And we all know this, but I just don't like the idea of delaying. We have a majority, let's move on it. That's my point of view.
Okay, so it's up to the rest of council whether you want, because the only change that would be made to the motion would be that The amendment would be that the motion is approved as presented with the exception of the operating and capital budgets, which would be deferred to the December 6, 2021 Committee of the Whole meeting. Having said that, the motion that is existing on the floor that was moved by Councillor Fody and seconded by Councillor Gorell was to approve all of these things. Go ahead, Councillor Fody.
Thank you, Your Worship. Hypothetically, if two people were to vote now against the budget, that would set up a scenario where the two members that are not here today could carry the majority and defeat it,
Well, no.
right?
But if they were here, but they're not. then-
No, but my point is, are we going down a rabbit hole by making an exclusion just for their sake by saying if two people vote against this budget today of the five of us, should it be deferred for the vote is what I'm saying? Because they could carry the balance and those two plus the two that are not here, if they chose to vote against it.
So I guess really what it comes down to is voting on the amendment, whether the amendment, because if we vote on the amendment, that will be clear whether or not, and it fails, then we go back to approving it as presented originally.
Well, I'll support Councillor Jameson. I'm all in favor of moving it today.
Okay, so the amendment to the original motion as presented reads that the motion be approved as presented with the exception of the operating and capital budgets, which will be deferred to the December 6, 2021 Committee of the Whole meeting. I need a mover and a seconder, and then I'll call the vote on that, and whether that's defeated or supported, then we move forward with the original motion. Okay, so I need a mover and a second. Okay. Gorell and seconder. Voting. Okay, so I will call the question on the amendment, which is to defer the operating capital budgets to the December 6, 2021 Committee of the Whole meeting. All those in favor of the deferral, please raise your hand. Okay, all those opposed to the deferral? Okay, so that is defeated. Okay, so the original motion that is moved by Councillor Fody, seconded by Councillor Gorell, is to that council approve the 2022 gross operating budget in $14,271,400 with a net levy requirement of $10,799,400, and that council approve the 2021 building division gross operating budget of $504,400, and that the council approve the 2022 capital budget in the amount of $5,723,600, and that the council approve the transfer of unspent municipal modernization funding at the end of 2021 from the working fund reserve to the special projects reserve fund, estimated at $170,000 at October 31st, 2021, and that council approved the transfer of $50,000 in the 2021 casino revenue to the community grants reserve fund, and that the council approve a one-time contravention to the community grants policy to permit the annual allocation of funds to be split 50% for intake 1 and 50% for intake 2, and that the council approve the transfer of $160,174 in 2021 casino revenue to the building and facilities reserve fund, and that council approve the transfer from the tax stabilization reserve fund and or the contingency reserve to offset any increase in the county tax rate and or education tax rate to ensure a maximum overall tax rate increase of up to 2.5% for 2022. So any further discussion on this motion? Go ahead, Councillor Jameson.
All right, so it's pushing the envelope, okay? And, it's not he who hesitates is lost, but, we got this book, was it 2 weeks ago? And putting aside the fact that tirelessly people have worked to get this done, I personally have spent, I can't even figure how many hours I put into the granular in this thing. And it's done because if we're going to defer for another couple of weeks, and we're talking another couple of weeks, we got to retain all of this information so that we can start going over it and over it again. That's what will happen. We'll come to a next meeting and we'll go over it and over it again. And I'll guarantee you we'll still pass it. So I think we should just get on with it and just, put in our magic capes and jump out the window and let's get to it. Because these guys have got to get to work. I want them to get a ton of work done before Christmas on this 2022 budget. And we're not going to do that if we're like, oh, well, let's just wait because somebody else has to be asked. Let's get on with it, please. Thank you. That's it.
No pressure, staff. If it passes, there's a lot to be done here. Is there any other comments before I call the question? All those in favor of passing? All those opposed? And it's honestly, thank you very much, staff. So I'm going to put the motion to adjourn, but just to let you know, Rona baked a coffee cake. It's in the back. It's warm out of the oven. So I expect everybody has a little bit before you go. So moved by Councillor Jameson, seconded by Councillor Fody, that the special meeting adjourn. All those in favor, please signify. All those opposed, and we're carried. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Excellent, excellent.